We're going live on all social media in like 10 seconds.
Awesome. Thank you, Neil. Neil, PTA is portaltoascension.org, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And Lance, emfharmonized.com.
Yeah, thank you.
And Justin, you're ilovebeards.com.
Exactly. My latest brand.
Latest brand.
American Beards.
Right. Justin, don't forget to actually let the audience know about the merchandise discount as well today.
Okay, you got it.
Build that in somewhere.
I've got one of those as well. Should we do that at the end? Or
Oh, we can do it now when we do our introductions and stuff. Just plug the brands and whatever we have for the audience.
Cool.
We're live.
Awesome. Okay, you guys ready to get started?
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, and 1. Welcome everybody to the Protect the Vote meditation and prayer for a fair election. We are so incredibly excited about this. We've been working really hard on this for you all. And I think we have a really great show for you guys today. Some pretty amazing collaborations coming at you over the next 4 hours. So first, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Kaylin Montoya with Awakening Humanity. And I would like to share with you guys my amazing co-hosts and event producers and collaborators in life and dear friends in general. So first we have Lance Shuttler of EMF Harmonized. And then we've also got Justin Deschamps of Stillness in the Storm. And we have the wonderful, the great, the amazing Neil Gore from Portal to Ascension, taking care of the back end. Neil, if you want to pop on real quick and say hi.
Yeah, why not? Let me do it. Let me get my camera up. Hey, everybody. Yay.
This crowd should be super familiar with that face and that voice.
Yeah. Extremely happy to be here for you guys, running the back end, making sure everything's solid. Love you all. So let's have fun.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you
so
much.
Love to you, Neil. Thank you. All right, so I was just doing quick introductions. I'm actually going to pass this over to Justin now. Justin, please let the audience know kind of what we have for them today, kind of how this whole thing started, and I'll let you take it from here.
Thanks, Kaylin. Well, let me take a moment to introduce you. You're from Awakening Humanity. Really appreciate your efforts. And y'all, this has been an idea that has been forming for a while now, and I have to give a lot of credit to Lance for coming up with this. And Lance, I think it'd be really great to tell the audience a little bit about it and then how we all work together to breathe life into it.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. So I've helped to put together some mass meditations previously over the previous years. And earlier this year, I was really thinking about how we could get a really, really massive meditation put together later in the year. And I didn't know what the timing would be. But I knew I wanted it to be massive. So I was just kind of letting it play out and just see what would come up. And then back in June, I read this tweet from one of our panelists and one of the main speakers here today, David Nino Rodriguez. And he was talking about mass meditation and the effect of it. And for whatever reason, when I read that, like the idea just shot down into my brain and said, it needs to be on or right around the election. And, I wanted to really do this in a way that helps to bring in a lot of divine or spiritual protection for a fair election. And then Justin, you and I started talking about this and, you were on board right away, and then you brought Kaylin in. So what are your thoughts on this, Justin and Kaylin?
I think it's a really good opportunity for us to bring our intention and will into this. We have free will, and our universe, I would argue, is a free will universe. So when we join our will with universal will, or what has been called divine will, then we can move mountains. And I think this is what we're doing at a massive collective level. What do you think, Kaylin?
Yes, absolutely. So my personal intentions for this event are, I knew that I was being called to support this election and and humanity through this process in any way that I could, any way that presented itself to me. So I've been doing a lot of work on the back end with some different content surrounding a lot of the kind of suppressed truths and corruption that is kind of coming to light at this time. And so when this presented itself, it really actually got me back to my roots, which into the prayer, the meditation, the spirituality of the entire situation. Because really, no matter what's going on the surface of the planet, it's always an invitation for catalysts to grow, catalysts to evolve, to become a better version of ourselves, both individually and collectively. And so really my intention for this is to support the election, to really, play a role and know that I did my part, but also to really bring spirituality and prayer and connecting to something greater than ourselves back into the political and election process.
Beautiful. Yeah, and I think, one of the things we should really try to give attention to is the censorship that's happening right now. Right now, on a massive level, we have the suppression of truth, which has really been going on for a very long time, but I'd say it's kind of reached a fever pitch. And in a way that I like to highlight, there's a silver lining aspect to this, which is that because it's so glaringly obvious that there's so much censorship happening, it's taking this thing that is normally considered, conspiracy theory and making it very real for people, because it is very real. So I think that's something definitely to consider as well. Any thoughts on that, y'all?
Lance, any thoughts on censorship?
Yeah, it's clear that those who are censoring are in a state of panic and, desperation. It's kind of reached this fever pitch of a massive crescendo of trying to silence the truth and anyone really questioning official mainstream narratives. We should not be afraid of the truth. We should not be afraid of asking simple questions or even hard questions. In a truly free world, not just a free country, but a free world, we need to be able to ask and talk about anything that we want. This is what democracy is here in America, or what it should be. And the same goes for the world. We need to be able to ask questions and speak freely and openly. And this is part of what this event is about, is to really bring in that strong spiritual energy and, bring the truth here for this election and make sure that, what is good and right can prevail.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. So the audience knows Justin and I actually both just got banned. We got taken out in like the third Facebook purge. Neil actually got taken out in the first round. So if anybody notices, this event is not on Facebook. But like the both of my colleagues just said, without a place for discourse, without a place for conversation, no ideas can be born. No ideas can be either born or die, because sometimes, it's time for ideas to go and it's time for ideas to come. And so without that open communication and honest communication, and like they were saying, just being able to ask questions, duality makes reality, and it's that friction back and forth that actually creates the reality that we're in today. And so without that aspect, how do we create a new world? How do we manifest? How do we, it takes a major component out of the sacred sciences of reality. And so really creating a safe space here. And also actually for everybody watching, so we hope you guys stay all the way through the end. We have a great show for you, but we also actually have a pretty big reveal for you guys at the end of the show. Regarding a new platform that will be launching here very, very, very soon. And so we hope that you guys stay tuned so we can tell you more about that. You'll get little hints throughout the show, but it will definitely be an answer to these big tech mass censorships that we're seeing today.
Thanks so much, y'all. Really great opening remarks. Let's go ahead and get the show started.
Let's do it.
So today we have a really great speaker. You might have heard of him before. His name is Sasha Stone. He grew up in Rhodesia, Zimbabwe throughout the War for Independence, and he established Humanitad in 1999 and has worked across both the NGO and IGO sectors as an outspoken advocate of human rights and natural justice. Sasha has instigated peace initiatives and education programs, lobbied against human rights abuses in different parts of the globe, and continues to prosecute for the protection of breakthrough innovators, scientists, and doctors. For more information on Sasha and his humanitarian initiatives, please visit his website, sashastone.com. Now, please welcome our host for this segment, Lance Shuttler with Sasha Stone.
Hey, everyone. All right, we're just waiting for Sasha to get online here.
Oh, I'm here.
Sasha.
Yes, hi.
Thank you for joining us, brother. Appreciate it.
Very good. 3 o'clock in the morning in Bali, and alive and well.
That's awesome. Yeah, you look awake. All right, so we've got some questions for you, Sasha, and we'll keep this at 25 minutes, and we'll really put the intentions that this conversation really helps people in many different ways. So Sasha, what's your intention for participating in this event, and why do you feel it's important to protect our sovereign right to have our voices heard?
Well, my beloved brother Justin is somebody who I care much about and honor anything that he puts his signature to. So this event is clearly the right stuff. I'm particularly interested in restoration of sovereignty and restoration of rule of law in that context, because I'm particularly interested in natural law, which is to say coherence to our divine nature. And until we reconstitute our false light matrix of reality in this world from a fictitious paradigm into a restoration of natural law, we're going to constantly be in a civilization which only realizes war, disease, poverty, enslavement, supremacy, dominion, and so on. Your wonderful co-host said a little earlier that duality makes reality, and that's entirely true. But transcending duality brings us into something higher than the matrix reality, which is supernature, which is to say coherence to our divinity. So I suggest that it's really about learning the craft of navigating that indivisible line in this world between the poles, the polarity. Everything is infused with duality. Right now in the geopolitical landscape of America, which is to say the world, because America is the world. That is what is so powerful and so poignant and so consequential about what's happening this week in the United States, between the archetypes that are playing on that playing field. Those archetypes of, in this case, the President of the United States and the challenger to the presidency. I'm not going to name them, we all know who they are, but they are archetypal characters, and they represent totems of the unresolved aspects of the greater unconscious of the entire humankind. That is how this stuff plays out. If you understand fractal geometry, if you understand how it really works, that's what we've got. And we are, all of us, involved in the outcome. The outcome is either a long, cold, dark winter, which will take us into the bowels of hell with strange men in white coats sticking needles into people, enforced by Gestapo, drone class citizens shuffling along to the tune and the orchestra of government, which is mind control technology. And of course, this is what we're all trying to awaken to. We talk about my reason for participating in this kind of conversation is to spark a real understanding, try to catalyze a real understanding of what is going on in the geometry of now. My conversation is always about sovereignty, true sovereignty, not the word. Mind you, the word is a dangerous thing. The word, the propagandized idea of sovereignty is men in Midwest America reaching for their guns and shooting police in the face. No, that's not real. That doesn't happen. That's part of a propaganda. Sovereignty is the key to planetary ascension. Sovereignty is the key to individuated emancipation, and for each of us to step away from the fiction of our lives and the enslavement. But it's less about protecting sovereignty than embodying and enacting. The conversation I want to have is not about protecting sovereignty. It's more about how do we embody it? How do I embody it in the now?
Yeah.
And how do I enact my sovereign expression, which is to say, alignment to my true nature, my Christed nature, my divine nature. Well, curiously enough, the way I am required today as a sovereign to enact and embody sovereignty, which is my higher nature, is to engage civil disobedience. And I'm not talking about Antifa and BLM inspired Fabianist, satanic, Saturnian agendas like that. I'm talking about civil disobedience when it comes to being required or instructed or forced by publicly elected officials or goons in costume hiding behind badges or seals of office who are trying to force me into moving against my conscience. That is what I'm talking about, civil disobedience against that kind of abrogation of sovereignty and natural law. That is what I'm required to do in my Christed nature. No acquiescence to rogue authorities or to governments when they move into rogue ordinances and regulations which are forcing us to assault ourselves. Things like masking is actually a really good example,
Right.
because force a population into wearing masks and force us to force our children into wearing masks is actually a physical assault against the immune system of humankind. That's an insane proposition. Why would I acquiesce to any goon in a costume or any public health official when they are trying to assault me? The way I would naturally deal with somebody mugging my children is I would beat them up on the street. I'd certainly have a bloody good go at protecting my kids from being mugged and assaulted by strangers. Why are we allowing government and the public administration and all of these rogue authorities to mug and assault us? That's a question for a sovereign to ask themselves. You see, these are the questions we need to really look into. So no compliance, no taxation, no personal income taxes, things like that. Paying coin to Caesar in that way is me giving permission for the perpetuation of war, disease, poverty, supremacy, and dominion of an insane technology called government. I like good governance, and I like good, intelligent patriarchies and matriarchies. I like benevolent dictators as well in different parts of the world. That's entirely appropriate as a cultural proclivity. But the problem is we've become centralized. There is a parent corporation harvesting the life force of 7.5 billion souls. And that's what we need to apprehend, Lance.
Yeah, absolutely, Sasha. Very well put. So I know with your background and many people watching in human rights and natural justice, and you are a true warrior for that. What do you believe are the most important reasons for humanity to step into the sovereignty that you're talking about and participate in this process to affect change on both national and global scales? Like, why is that important? And what are the most important reasons for why that needs to happen?
Well, because if we don't step in to our own sovereignty, which is to say our Christed nature, which is to say being aligned with our reason and our conscience, our God-given reason and our God-given conscience. If we fail to do that at a time like this, when we have Sabbatean sociopaths dressed up as philanthropic billionaires like Bill Gates, or smooth-handed technocrats who've been in office for 5 decades called Anthony Fauci, who are the ones behind these evil, satanic, Saturnian, insane regulations and ordinances. We've got a serious problem, Houston. I don't take instruction from dirty old men. I don't take instruction from unensouled or partially ensouled human beings. I don't take instruction, point of fact, from any human being. I take instruction only from conscience. So that is why we need to step into our sovereignty, because if we do not, what we get is an Anthony Fauci and a Bill Gates and all the other rogue authorities operating through Congress in the United States, through the gubernatorial apparatus and through the public health administration. You get insane sociopathy, also known as cultural Marxism, also known as purebred Satanism. It's all connected to a satanic and Saturnian logic, which is the opposite of Christed nature, Christed logic, and divine nature, which is to say conscience, which is to say sovereignty. So you see, it's all part of a feedback loop that comes back to the true cross. And the true cross, in that sense, the true crucifix that we should be worshiping or adoring, is not the totem of the cross, which is an ancient derivative of the Coptics and all sorts of other cosmogenetic stories. That's just pure idolatry. Christianity today is almost entirely idolatry. The Christed message and the message of the blessed Master Jesus is entirely different, and is connected to 2 simple things, as I have deduced it in my lifetime in this world, acting under the universal gaze of God Almighty, to whom I am absolutely cohered in my logic, in my reason, in my sanity, and in my devotion. So that crosses 2 things, pure truth and right action. And if I am able to stand in pure truth, which is to say conscience, which is to say consciousness, which is to say sovereignty, then I'm standing in alignment and in coherence with the divine nature. And if I then enact and embody only right action in this world, which is to say natural law, and to go around the surface of the earth, causing no harm, loss, or injury to another living soul, or causing any fraud in my transactions, then I am conducting right action in this world, and only moving into creative expansion and into affirmation. And you see, pure truth and right action become, in that sense, the only cross. That's the vertical and the lateral. The vertical is the pure truth, is the alignment to source consciousness. The lateral is the way we move around the surface of the earth, conducting only right action. That is what we need to put our eyes on, not clever psycho-intellectual discussions and arguments about governance and about democracy and about politicking and about all the dualistic, polarized bullshit that constantly pushes us even further and further into cognitive dissonance as a species. Let's keep it really simple. Look out of the window. Walk out of your house onto the street. Tear that goddamn mask off your face for a start. Reclaim your common human dignity, and exchange fire in the eyes, loving embraces, and smiles with as many living souls as you can in the course of a day. Identify for yourself what government and authority is, which is all supremacy, dominion, which is to say parasiticism, because supremacy and dominion can only survive if it fleeces, enslaves, devours, harvests, ritually sacrifices, sodomizes, rapes, and bleeds dry other living souls. Now that's the satanic civilizational wheel we've been caught in for thousands of years. We're now about to emancipate ourselves through actualized consciousness, but it is, Lance, the distinction between the living and the dead, the masked and the unmasked. We must decide now, who am I? Am I walking on the side of the cold, dark, masked humanity in a cold, dark winter? Or am I going to move into affirmation, prosperity, abundance, limitlessness, light, love, and liberty? Choose. It's a choice.
Sasha, so how does someone do that? Let's say someone's at the beginning of this journey of waking up, or someone who's even deeply into it. I love how you talk about natural law and sovereignty. I'm very in tune with that, and I resonate 100%. I know that's truth. How does someone begin with that, in your view, like right now?
Well, my view is the universal view, because I no longer have a personal ideation in this arena. This to me is so connected to fractality of nature and natural law, the codes of nature. If I was an academic genius, I would talk about MSET mathematics, the premise of mathematical fractality, and how Fibonacci, and how everything in nature, how the clouds and how the spin of the galaxies, and the spin of the atoms all corresponds to a similar intrinsic universal mathematical logic. Scalar waves, torsion fields, fractality, it's all interconnected. The mathematics of the building blocks of the holonomic reality field of existence that we find ourselves in, you and I having this beautiful conversation. Well, it's all about me here now, owning, stepping outside of the fiction. So to answer your question, it is stepping outside of the fiction and making an actualized conscious determination to so do. We have to make that conscious action, which is to say, I'm going to step away from the fiction of my life. I'm going to disentangle and disengage my living, organic, sentient, conscious being from the Saturnian cult programmed, blood culted, Babylonian calendric 1260 times signatured bullshit reality hologram that's been drip fed to me since I popped out of my mother's womb. I am going to remove myself consciously and disentangle. Then you begin to understand natural law, the trust, the birth bond, the US Treasury, fractional reserve lending, debt, usury, the source code of our evil empire, the parent corporation, the Vatican complex. All corporation governments are the parasite. They're all connected to the churches of old. The church and the state were never separated. They were always the same goddamn thing as they are today. They are the functioning apparatus, the emissaries of Yaldabaoth, the lower astral realm, and my life force is being harvested. The end. That is what it is. My time, my motion, my life force, and in some cases, my blood is being harvested by Saturnian invisible mastery. I need to step back from that and know it. The moment I've stepped into self-actualization, and taken and claimed my own standing under God, then I am no longer subject to those invisible contracts. That's the key thing for people to recognize. If they truly want to have the conversation about sovereignty or consciousness, or answer any of these questions about how to reclaim ourselves from an insane civilizational cycle, we have to actually do it. The shift in consciousness and perspective is essential. I own that. I am not a victim, Lance. I have never been a victim. You are not a victim. You have never been a victim. We are never victims. If you believe yourself to be a victim for one fleeting moment, you have lost your sovereignty and lost your divine nature. You have to accept and accede the fact that everything in your life in the now is perfectly, geometrically precise to the calibration of your soul. You have to own that. Now you can make it better from that point. You can project your plasma of your soul and your animation into the field, and you can change outcomes, you can make miracles, you can manifest any outcome. But you have to first own that you are not a victim of the government, your culture, your income bracket, your gender, your DNA, your astrological chart. You must not identify with false light, which is to blame anything or anyone outside of self for you having steered your soul into this vector in time space. The moment you've owned that quanta of being here now and owning that the geometry of my life right here, right now is perfect because I am the one who is manifesting it on the screen, on the holographic screen. That is how we answer all of these bold questions, by stepping into true sovereignty, which is to step away from victimhood and to own the plasma of our lives, to own the Christ of nature of who we are, who we be, and then go forth and prosper.
Beautifully said, Sasha. I agree. We need to own where we're at and begin where we're at and move forward in every way that we can. I know that you know about the power of group meditation and group prayer. Absolutely. So what we have 5 minutes left, but what are your views or what are your thoughts on how this today can impact our world moving forward, but also just in general, group meditation and group prayer for sovereignty, for a general voting process, and anchoring this into our world and into our universe.
It's the single most important action that can be undertaken at the collective level. So at the individual level, and we discussed in the last 20 minutes how individuated consciousness in action and reclamation of dignity and sovereignty and stepping away from the fiction is a choice that I can make. Each of us can make in our own individuated experience. But then once we've done that, once we are in some real coherence with our Christed nature and in some confluence with a natural organic flow of a good life that is creative and prosperous and abundant, as I regard my life, just so you know, because I've calibrated in that way. And it's not to do with having money in a bank, it's to do with understanding what true value is, which is relationship and creative ideation. So long as I can love openly and freely and be loved and have no enclosures and limitations to that capacitance for love, as I love you right now, I mean, absolutely. And it's such a qualified statement for me to say that. And I'm blessed that I genuinely feel that to be so and know that to be so in my life. I have no enclosures. That is the key piece to me. Once I've done that, Lance, and you've done that, and we've all done that, we then need to move naturally into the flow of service to others over service to self. That's where this divine collective flaming that you're talking about with group meditation, group prayer, becomes a seminal technology. It's literally a technology for steering collective consciousness. It's the way we change climates. It's the way we steer planets. It's the way we transmute and transcend timelines. It's how we move from a galactic sleep cycle into a galactic day cycle. The power of collective dreaming is limitless and immeasurable.
Yes, so I've written some articles on this effect, the Maharshi effect, or whatever you want to call it, and I agree and know that as well. And this is how I talk about it. It is a technology for humanity to use, and we need to use it. Because like Martin Luther King Jr. had a very famous quote, basically saying, "Those who love war, they organize very well. Those who love peace need to organize well." And this is things that we need to be doing 100%. We need to be doing this very, very often. I know that there's many groups that are sprouting up and have been doing this. So we're really happy that you joined in on this, Sasha. What are some things, just very briefly, that you're working on right now, or things that you're excited about or learning?
I'm working on technologies. I've got a great deal of time invested and resource invested right now in helping to steward, incubate breakthrough phase conjugation technologies, which, curious enough, is the technology that describes this conversation. You're moving into divine coherence. So I'm interested in plasma and particle physics and in crystal and laser conjugation technologies. So we're working on some incredible products which are coming to market. One is already on at the market at the moment, and others are coming in the new year. Very excited about that, because those technologies are directly connected to rebooting mitochondria and helping to refract light and photonic coherence back into the cellular and so-called atomic matrices of our living bodies, and helping to restore the natural geometry of atoms and thereby the cells, to prevent metastases and to prevent entropy, disease, and death. We are at the cusp right now of the immortal paradigm, absolutely. I could speak for days on the subject of microbial solutions and of crystal laser solutions and plasma solutions. But that's where we're at. technologically. Governments are not leading that fray. Academia is so drunk on its own moronic stupidity that the Oxbridge and Yale, Princeton set are so deeply embedded in their own evil witchery, sophistry, and chicanery that they are not doing any of this work on behalf of humankind. And the military-industrial complex and the Vatican complex, which is to say the Smithsonian and others like that, are too deeply steeped and drunk in their own Masonic evil as well to be doing any service to humanity in advancing these technologies. So that's what I'm working on, and boy, is it exciting.
That's awesome. Thank you for doing that. I'm very interested in all those topics that you talked about. So I'll definitely be keeping an eye on that, and I actually mean that too.
Right.
Very fascinated with that stuff. All right, so everyone go to sashastone.com, follow Sasha's work there. Sasha, I know you're on social media as well. You can find him there. Really appreciate you being on here, brother. This was awesome. Phenomenal conversation, and thank you for everything that you're doing and have done.
Thank you, Lance and Justin, Neil, and Kaylin. Thank you so much. Much love. Bye-bye.
You too. Thank you, Sasha. All right, everyone. Our next guest speakers come to you from the new YouTube channel, Dark to Light, and two of my friends, David Nino Rodriguez and Laura Eisenhower, and they're heavy hitters in this awakening communities. And not just because one of them is an actual heavyweight champion, David Nino Rodriguez. I'm sure many of you know who he is. Laura Eisenhower is a global alchemist, researcher, and medical intuitive astrologist, and she is internationally acclaimed speaker who has presented her work worldwide. Laura is the great-granddaughter of President Dwight David Eisenhower, and she reveals exopolitical information about his administration that has been largely held in secrecy. David Nino Rodriguez is an American heavyweight boxer and Hollywood insider that came forward in a big way back in the spring. Many of you know exactly the conversation that he was talking about that really brought him on the scene in a big way. Helps reveal truths and the evil inside Hollywood and the sports industry. With an ever-growing urge to assist his community in the world, David continues to fight outside of the ring to expose the evil and corruption that touches every facet of our reality at this time in human history. Everyone, please welcome your hosts, Kaylin Montoya and Laura Eisenhower and David Nino Rodriguez.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lance. Hey, Laura. Hey, David. How are you guys doing today?
Good. You guys hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good. You're a little low, David. Just a little
How's
bit.
that better?
yeah, that's good.
Maybe I need to move over more.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, so good to see you guys as in person as we can get right now. How are you guys feeling today? Having a good day? Good morning?
A lot of crazy energy, I'll tell you that. You know, it's a lot of crazy energy right now, and this is when we need to be grounded and within ourselves. I tell a lot of people, it's like before my fights, I used to know my body would tell my mind that I was getting it. The body knows it's very intelligent, and it would let my mind know that I was getting ready for battle. I was getting ready to go into war. And before fights, I would get really tired, or I would get really lethargic because my nerves were just so crazy, right? They're just going everywhere. They're so haywire that about 3 days before the fight, I would just go into a massive slump. I didn't even want to walk to the fridge. I mean, I would just lay in bed and just get up, stretch a little bit, go back to bed, because your body knows when something's coming. It's not that intense for me right now, but I do feel that intuitive feeling that something's coming, and we need to prepare for it. And the best way to combat this is be within yourself and meditate and pray. So I really thank you guys for putting this together, and I'm really honored to be here.
Mm-hmm. We are just as honored to have you, David, and Laura too. And pretty much David jumped right into the first question was going to be what is your intention in participating in this event? So Laura, why don't you, what's your intention for this event today?
Well, first off, thank you so much for putting this on. It's incredible to be here. Sasha, that was brilliant. Oh my goodness.
Right.
And yeah, my intention for being here is because we have to be in the truth frequency, and to be in the truth frequency means that we're sovereign, that we're being authentic, that we're participating in the flow of planetary consciousness, which is the collective consciousness that needs to free itself from the hijacking that has been taking place, that only really is able to hold any power based in theft, deception, and major crimes against humanity, utilizing dark technologies that harvest and siphon our energies to battery up these artificial timelines that people fall into the trap of because they buy into the outer facade, the psychological operations, the false flags, the fake media, and all these different tactics to fool people into giving their consent away. So when we can, kind of step back and take a breath and look at the larger picture, we have to know that this is an organic process. It's encoded in nature. It's encoded in who we are to create homeostasis, to be able to expand into our fullness and let life be our teacher. Life is the greatest teacher instead of controllers, dictating to us how we should respond or react to anything that's coming at us. We have the sovereign right to deal with our own healthcare and the way we want to treat ourselves. We have the sovereign right to be able to speak our truth, and people can take it or leave it. They have the freedom to decide what they want to do with it. But to control that process and to try and digress the human species, through these different tactics of manipulation and control, we are on the cusp of making a choice of whether we're going to consent to that or not. And the simple choice to devote to truth and to being a part of this organic flow into human advancement is something that we need to claim. And our words are powerful. When we make these statements, it ripples out to the whole. We can't just sit there frustrated and entangled in these lower forces. We need to make these statements and come together. And I just feel our hearts are unifying and growing and expanding. I feel more light than I have in a long time this morning. And the reads that I've been getting are really phenomenal. Even though there's going to be a lot of bumps in the road and things are going to get crazy, we are emerging as a humanity like a butterfly. And they're trying to halt the growth period by causing us to fear death. And fearing death means that we cannot emerge. So when we can break those fears and not be manipulated by fear and really, really trust the divine and the fullness of all that we are, and that we're replicas of the multidimensional cosmos and the planetary grid network, we can begin to break the chains of all these dark technologies that have utilized those energies in reversal codes and manipulations in order to turn us against ourselves to the point where we're weaponized against our own abilities on a divine level and our own truth and the power of stepping into a very empowered place with that, truth frequency, because we have to claim that before we can step into unity consciousness. It's going to require that we're all claiming our sovereignty and being authentic in our truth and our growth and our ability to be responsible beings of integrity, guardians of children and this earth. And once we, claim that, we can really begin to come together as a humanity and get out of the group mind, hive mind, funded movements and falsities that are gripping so many people right now. But we can lead by example and hold love and forgiveness and compassion in our hearts, also for ourselves and whatever we've gone through in our past to get to the places we are today.
I love, there's a few really good points I want to make sure the audience, can extract from that. So you really talked about the process, and really what you were describing was the alchemical transmutation process, and really being where we are, going through what we're going through, is kind of the journey to transmuting that into these higher frequencies, and being kind to ourselves, and then really realizing that every part of our reality has been weaponized against us. That's part of this great awakening process. So I just think those were really great points. And so speaking to our spiritual missions of making the world a better place. So how important is it to participate in the political process as agents of change in this critical time in American and human history? David, do you want to take that one first?
Yeah, it's very important right now because this is not just this, as much as we want to say it's political, this is for humanity. This is what's happening right now. Humanity's on the line. I mean, we either go into bondage, more pandemics, more depression, economic depression, businesses closing. That's what Biden's running on. I mean, this is insane. Like, this wouldn't have happened 10, 20 years ago. He's actually running on this platform. And that's what we're facing. So when I see someone like Trump, that his whole platform is prosperity, America first, jobs, how can anybody in their right mind go against that prosperity, free energy, the promise of free energy, the medicine? How can you go against that? They don't understand what the global cabal actually is and what their agenda actually is. And that's what's so they've succeeded in the misinformation and disinformation agenda using mainstream media. So I believe, and I know a lot of people have contacted me, I'm not going to say who, but they've told me how powerful conscious technology really is. And we are co-creators from the one true creator, which is God. And we can affect and change our reality by co-creating. And that's why this is so important. You know, if you would ask me, did I vote with Clinton? Did I vote Bush? No, because I knew they were all one and the same back then. I didn't matter who you voted for back then. I would never even claim myself as a Republican. If anything, I probably, when I was younger, was more of a Democrat or a liberal. But as I've gotten older, my values have changed. But also, watching Trump rise to the occasion inspired me, because I said, oh man, because I thought we were doomed from the get-go, because I have followed this for many, many years, over 20 years. So I thought we were marching right into a globalist agenda, totalitarian rule. We were being conditioned right into it. There was going to be no fight. We actually are lucky enough to have the fight. So we are in a fight right now, and at least we have that freedom to fight. And the way we fight it is by meditation, prayer. We can direct human consciousness through the efforts of meditation and prayer. Remember, 1%, that's all it takes. 1% can direct the other 99%. The other side, you know, a lot of people are hopeful and they're going out and voting, but if you just pray and meditate and really try to direct this with your consciousness, we can direct the other 99%. And the other side, you got to remember what they're going off of: depression, rioting, looting, trying to mess up. I mean, complete evil, the destruction of humanity. Those are their efforts. So we need to make our efforts to pray, meditate, and direct this ship where we want it to go. And we can do this. There you go.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, you can drop the mic right now. You're good.
All right.
Excellent answer, David. Laura, how about you?
What was the question exactly? Like the importance of this?
Yeah, so the importance of our participation in the political process as agents of change,
Yes.
In this time in American and human history.
Yes. Well, that was awesome, David. And I can agree. I mean, I've avoided just that whole arena, never voted before, ever. Figured I'm making some kind of agreement or contract, you know, with the dark side. And I've always wanted to stand by my personal sovereignty, standing up for my mission and doing my work in the world and not relying on anybody else to do it. So it's not about relying or giving my power away. And how I'm looking at it, I see us as a team. We all are seeking the same goal. You know, we don't all have to be the same, but true oneness is diversity and harmony. But it can only be in harmony if there's an agreement for integrity, if there's an understanding of the need and birthright of freedom, and not irresponsible freedom, like the freedom to loot and be violent. It's the freedom to grow and thrive and prosper and manifest our dreams and visions in the world. And with that, we look after each other and we have each other's back. You know, and so the opposite of it is they're locking people in the personality matrix. They're making it all about appearances and trying to, you know, tear down a person's character and be the victim mentality that Sasha was talking about, empower the fear, you know, being locked up in our houses and this and that. So this isn't your normal election. This is either voting for your ability to grow and thrive and stand in your power and stand in your mission and manifest your dreams and, you know, and be, you know, a part of the creative imagination and draw from that resource to build, you know, the beautiful world that you want to create, versus choosing the antithesis of life, the anti-life agenda that literally makes you the ultimate feeding ground for these archonic parasitic forces. I mean, literally, it's the other side of it all is the total loss, you know, of self. And what does that do? It assimilates us into AI. It turns us and shifts our physical vessel into, you know, like a cyborg that becomes like an EBE for them to house the hive mind energies in order to continue to harvest it. And that's its life cycle, because it's parasitic and it's vampiric and it can't directly connect with source. So it has to connect or suck on other people's life force to even stay alive. So that means, you know, if people are supporting that they're fine in that kind of relationship. And the thing is, they're not, they just don't know any better. I don't know why. So the reason it's important to participate is because we're voting really for ourselves. We're standing up and saying, I believe in me. I believe in what I'm capable of. And I want to support the takedown of the gatekeepers and these dark forces that are preying upon the most innocent and are, robbing us and sabotaging us from everything we're about to reclaim that we've been working on for thousands and thousands of years. As the planetary body has repaired itself from all these different cataclysms and exploded planets, we have been doing this repair work so we can open up the treasures of our junk DNA and recognize that it's the fullness of the multidimensional cosmos and all the things that are possible from that point on. So to me, that's what we're voting for. We're voting for the ascension timeline. Even though, regardless of what happens, even if a person didn't vote, I still believe that that's there and nothing can destroy it. But this is a statement that we need to make because too much is at stake. And they rely on consent. So they could, possibly cheat the vote too. So, we want to hold space for a fair election and ground ourselves and protect the energy of this time so that the collective can choose, so that our sovereign rights can be, heard. And the more of us that step up and cast that vote and make this claim, we are also voting for the team of unity consciousness and understanding that, this is what it's about, not the projection that he's savior, somebody's saving the day. We're saving ourselves. And this, to me, this is the election where we make the statement that I'm here to save myself and to walk with the greater team of other people with missions that want the same thing. And I certainly feel that Trump is one of them. And I get tears in my eyes just seeing him go day after day and show up at these rallies with the kind of spirit that he has, really having our back. Whereas most elections since we're literally all steering us towards the demise that the Biden administration represents, the dark cabal agendas. And our great awakening is vote for truth, not fear.
Amen to that. For sure. So Laura, how do you feel that bringing meditation and prayer back into our voting process can serve and support the people, the process, a nation, as well as the world right now?
Well, because intention is everything. Focused intent is everything. We're creative beings. We're constantly creating. Everything that we do is a form of creativity. So if we don't take the time to hold space, it's easy to get distracted. It's easy to have our energies thrown off center. It's easy to have somebody get into your space and just to kind of be maybe in a nervous system agitation. If we can just breathe and be in our breath and allow these energies to circulate through our being, our intention is just going to ripple out, and it's going to push the collective over that tipping point into this beautiful world that we deserve, that we're able to create. So we have to hold space because part of their tactics is to throw us off center. That's why there's targeting. That's why there's attack. That's why our food and water has been tainted. That's why our skies are being sprayed. So we are thrown off center so that we're not fully operating from our greatest capacity. But meditation and just holding the sacred space for ourselves can combat all that. And then that energetic flow is able to, fully express itself unimpeded. And we are a part of the greater brain of the planet, the consciousness of the planet, the soul of this earth. And so intent is everything. That's what builds beautiful relationships. That's what raises incredible children. That's what heals the greatest wounds and diseases, is that love and that connection to spirit. And nothing is more powerful. It is the override frequency, and it holds dominion over physical matter. We have to be the conduits. We have to allow it with the intention for, beautiful things in our hearts.
I love it. I can feel my frequency going up. I'm like, it's so good. Okay, David, same question to you. So how do you feel that bringing meditation and prayer, really bringing spirituality back to politics and back to like this election process, how do you think that can serve the people, the process, America, and the world as a whole?
Well, we're doing it right now. Look at the efforts we're doing. Look what you've coordinated right now. It's brilliant. It's taking place right now. So we are making a conscious effort of doing this. And this is proof of it right here. Look no further than this right here. So here we are. We're being heard. And the prayer and meditation every day, I pray every day. I meditate every day. And I do it especially in the mornings to try to direct my day into a certain frequency. And I've noticed also, and this is going to be, this is important that I say this. sometimes you have to, and this is from my experience, sacrifice, okay? Things that you enjoy, all right? Things that you enjoy, but ultimately lead you down a dark path, right? Like for me, it was alcohol. For me, it was drugs and alcohol. It was carelessness. It was I had a self-destructive personality, especially being a fighter. I guess it goes hand in hand. But I was a tyrant for a long time, and I had to stop and make a choice and trust in God. Now, what is God? I don't think God's hanging out in the clouds with a beard and a pair of testicles. I mean, that's not how I picture God. God is a source and loving energy, right? So, but I am a Christ follower. I believe in Jesus Christ's teachings. I believe in Christ consciousness. I had to really look at myself, a hard look in the mirror, and on December 26th, 2019, and decide that I had to walk away from alcohol. Now, I didn't know what that was going to entail. I didn't know what that was actually going to do, but I had to trust in God, because I knew that taking this step was an important step in my life. And I knew what was going to come with not drinking. Okay, no more fun, no more, I'm just going to say no more womanizing, no more going out to the bars, no more reading about my fun friends, the football games. That was a great life, let me tell you. But it was ultimately leading me down a dark path. It could have been drinking and driving and killing somebody or whatever. But I once I stopped drinking, I got really immersed in prayer, and I got really immersed in meditation, because the only thing that would keep me strong is my connection to source energy and God. And it has. And so now I'm 312 days sober, and I know how important meditation and prayer really is, because it completely redirected my life and changed my life. If I would have just stopped drinking and not turned to God or anything like that, I would have fell right back into the hole. I would have went right back down the drain and done it all over again. Here we go, starting over again. I had to really quit that habit and sacrifice something that I enjoyed. Believe me, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed drinking. I had to stop because I knew where it was leading me. And then I had to immerse myself in prayer and meditation. The only thing that kept me strong and kept me on the right path is my connection to source, God, to the super consciousness. There is an engineer. There is a masterful engineer behind this reality. And I had to immerse myself in prayer meditation and connect. And I did. And that's the only thing that kept me strong. So I know it works. I know it works. My mom used to always say, God is always there. All you got to do is pick up the phone, and he answers. And I say he, but we know God is source. Is, like I said, it's not some dude that's just watching everything you do. And I don't believe that, but I know it works, and I know that consciousness is a technology of its own, and we are co-creators from the great creator. So that's the best way I can put it, that it works. We're actually manifesting what we want through the creator's permission, because he already gave us permission to be co-creators. Now, what kind of reality do you want? You want a negative one, or do you want a positive one? Well, for humanity, I hope we all want a positive one. This election that's happening right now is absolutely good versus evil. And that's what we're battling right now. And the tools that we have that they don't use is prayer. Because I guarantee you they're not praying for victory. They're using deceit and evil to guide their ship. And if we use prayer, and if God is with us, who can be against us, right? That is so true. If we use prayer, then we can steer this ship into the right direction and right off into the sunset, and we can have a positive outcome out of this. But we got to get behind the president. We got to get behind all the multitudes of people. We all have to come together and pray about this and meditate and force this into a positive light. Done.
I loved both of your answers equally and deeply. Really, between the two of you, you broke it down to intention and connection, and those are personal intentions of mine for kind of bringing the spiritual component back into the election process, especially through this event. So thank you both so much for sharing, authentically, genuinely from your own experience. And that is how we reach each other, by telling our own stories. So we only have about a minute left. I want to give you guys, and also just so everybody knows, David and Laura will be back on a panel a little bit later in the event after the meditation and prayer. So real quick, do you guys want to plug any projects you're working on, your websites, the show, anything like that?
Yeah, well, Dark to Light on Patreon. Is it the Dark to Light show, Laura? Is it just Dark to Light on Patreon?
Well, it's Dark to Light on Patreon. The website's darktolightshow.com, and you can access the Patreon link through the website.
Also, you can reach me on my Instagram because they're really messing with my Instagram now. They just disabled me on Facebook. David Nino Rodriguez Official. I know it's long. David Nino Rodriguez Official on Instagram. And I will be having ninoscorner.tv. Ninoscorner.tv unleashed and pulling no punches.
Awesome. So my website's cosmicgaia.org. I have an event November 8th at 12 p.m. Pacific time. It's a 3-hour workshop through Portal to Ascension called Cosmic Alchemy, from dark agendas to awakening the override frequency, which is basically this incredible, shift that's happening right now. And you can find the link on my homepage. So that's, a good event because you get replays. You can listen to it over and over, and it really maps out everything. And there's pictures, and it's very activating. The intent is that you'll walk away feeling very much more connected to the fullness of all that you are. And yes, please join our Patreon. It's just an awesome community that we're building. And my Facebook's down, but you can find me on Twitter. I have a Parler account, and my YouTube's still up. But yeah, the thing is, no matter how much they try and stop us, they only make us stronger. So it's like,
yeah, I'm really good under pressure. Also, Nino Boxer on Twitter, Parler, and Wimkin now. Laura, you're on Wimkin, right?
I'm not yet, but I will.
Yeah, Wimkin is where I went. It's like the alternate Facebook. I still have my business page up on Facebook, David Nino Rodriguez, and I'm going to try to access that somehow. I guess I need to create another account, but yeah, it was a blow to the stomach, but it's life. We just have to dust ourselves off and get back on.
Oh yeah. And one more thing, I have a Cosmic Gaia subscription, and that's about 4 Zoom events a month. And it's just interactive, doing mini readings for people and answering any questions. So that also.
Awesome. Perfect. Well, David and Laura, we want to thank you both so very much for your collaboration on this event, especially at such a critical time in humanity's present and future. We want to send a quick shout out to everyone watching on the Dark to Light YouTube channel, because we are simulcasting there right now. And to our audience in the Zoom room and across multiple channels, we encourage everyone to check out David and Laura's show, Dark to Light, Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on YouTube. You can find them on all of the links and platforms they just showed. All right, guys, we will see you at the panel a little bit later.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. All righty. So our final guest speaker today is the man, the myth, the legend himself, former FBI special agent retired and author John the X-Man DeSouza. John maintained a top secret security clearance during his time in the U.S. government. For over 25 years, he worked in counterterrorism and labored in the fields of the global war on terrorism and the war on drugs, as well as a leading researcher and investigator of the paranormal and exopolitics. During this time, John collected what he calls the real-life X-Files. So without any further ado, please welcome your host, Justin Deschamps, with John the X-Man DeSouza. Bye, guys.
Thanks so much, Galen. John, I can't thank you enough for coming. There's a lot to talk about, and I'm sure you have some wonderful insights. How's it going today?
Great, Justin. Great to be here. Thank you so much for doing this event and for all of your work for freedom and our personal sovereignty.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've got this event happening. What is your intention for participating in this? And why do you feel like it's important to protect our sovereign rights and have our voices heard, especially through voting?
Oh, the reason that this event is so important, and the reason why we need to protect our sovereignty, our right to vote, everything that is involved here in our government, is because if you say nothing, your rights will and have been stripped from you as Americans, as human beings. Your human rights, your rights under the Constitution, all of these are stripped from you. And I can prove it real quick to people here. We had in 2008, around 2005. I can have people check me in the chat, check what I'm saying, the dates and so forth. We had something passed called Obamacare. And it was some kind of program to give people health care. Now, this was part of a very careful plan by the cabal to push the Rubicon that we needed to cross as to what government can do against the American citizen, because Obamacare was it contained within it the most unconstitutional, the most illegal statutes that have ever been seen in this country. It had in it the provision that American citizens could be ordered to buy a product by the American government. And further, that if you refused to buy that product, you could be punished, you could be fined, you could be horribly punished by our government.
Unprecedented.
Exactly. Unprecedented. It was the most unconstitutional thing I have ever seen. And it went through without protest. Exactly what we just said, without anyone raising a hand and saying, you can't do this. This is crazy. This is insane. A government doesn't have the power to do this. And of course, every federal court that dealt with this, with the objections, found it to be unconstitutional completely. And they did. All of the circuit courts, the courts of appeals, they all found this program to be unconstitutional. And then in 2012, and again, people can check me in the chat on my dates. I would ask people to go check an article on Fox Business that says Supreme Court rules Obamacare is constitutional, and it was in 2012. It was in 2012, and it showed that a compromised individual on the Supreme Court named John Roberts, who supposedly was a conservative, he turned around on the American people because, like I said, he appears to be a very compromised individual, and he made the court find that Obamacare was completely constitutional and legal. It's insane. You don't even need to be an attorney. You don't need to be a fourth-year law student to know that those provisions in Obamacare were absolutely illegal and against human rights. You can't treat Americans like they're the government's property or the government's slaves, or arguably you could say the government's employees, because maybe they would have the power to do this if you were their employee.
I mean, that's like mandating that everybody drink Coca-Cola as their preferred soda.
Exactly.
You might as well.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
And it was something insane, and yet it went through without protest all the way to 2012, and Renegade was already out of office, so he didn't care, and he knew it would take a long time, but he also knew that the cabal had compromised John Roberts, the leader of the Supreme Court, and so that's how that was found constitutional, and it's to this day. But what it did was it crossed a Rubicon that the cabal wanted to cross. It crossed that Rubicon of what the government can order you to do. And we're seeing the fruits of that horrible, horrible period of that mental breakdown, if you want to put it, if I can put it that way, that in the minds of the American people that, oh yeah, I guess the government can order us to do that. Yeah, sure, why not? Well, why not is because you're not slaves. However, now, today, we see the fruits of why the cabal worked so hard to get that done, because they crossed that mental Rubicon, and now we have local governments ordering people to put these toilets, these cloth toilets, on their faces, and to not exercise their rights to be in groups, to not be able to go to church, to not be able to do all the things that under human rights, we just forget about the Constitution, just under human rights, we should be able to do. And how? Why do they have that power? Well, they don't. But we now have been conditioned that we can just give up our rights, that the government has the power to do anything that they want. And it's been a horrible degradation of our rights because we didn't speak up. We didn't talk. We didn't protest. We didn't do things like this when Obamacare was being thrust upon the American people.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we often almost turn a blind eye to, or just don't notice the magnitude, because this is how they work. It's by encroachment. And what we're seeing now is one of the most bold-faced attempts to encroach on our rights that we could possibly ever see, whether it's with the election or with the coronavirus response and many other ways that are coming down the pike. So, given this, I mean, how do you feel like normal citizens can take a stand against this overwhelming magnitude of this corruption and criminal activity we're seeing that's coming to the surface? I mean, what can we do as citizens, really, in your estimation?
Well, the first thing is we need to make sure that we vote. We have to make sure that we vote. Apparently, the mail service is not reliable in a lot of instances in this area, because apparently a lot of them are activists that want to dump mail, and people may not be aware unless you pay attention to alternative news sources, but mail carriers have been arrested all over the country. Mail carriers and people who work in the postal office for dumping ballots, and getting rid of ballots. So this has been happening all over the country, and it's not reported by mainstream news because it goes against their desires. So we need to exercise our vote in person, or at least deliver our ballots right to the polling place directly in person. Drop it at the polling place in early voting or whatever. You got to make sure to do that. You gotta wear your masks, but you gotta do that. And if you're voting in person, one of the things that people need to do is have your phone with you and have your phone ready to film instances of voter intimidation, which we are seeing a lot of chatter going on about planned voter intimidation on November 3rd all over the country. So we need to do that because they are the people who are against the United States or against America. They know that a lot of conservative voters are going to be doing it in person. So if they can shut down that in-person vote, then they'll be doing a lot for the forces of anti-Americanism. So those are the things that are most important for people to realize. And another thing that regular people don't have a hard time understanding is the criminal mindset, or the mindset of people who just don't give a damn about ethics, about doing what's right. And so people have a hard time understanding that voter fraud is a real thing, and bad people consider it they actually have inverse morals, and they actually consider it their moral duty to cheat the vote and to do whatever they can for their side to win. That's how they see it. That's their perspective. It's kind of an amoral perspective, and that perspective is real. We have seen it all over the country. That's why voter fraud has had a very long and honored tradition in the United States. It really started, and I know, Justin, you're also an amateur historian like I am as well. Voter fraud started on a mass scale during Reconstruction in the southern states that favored slavery. When we had Reconstruction in like the late 1800s, late 1800s, and we tried to get the country to come back together again, the South and the North, and we tried to get this thing. And one of the things that was done during that time was that black people were given the vote. And what were all of them? They were all Republicans, of course, right? So all the southern states had to do was every time there was a vote, they had to intimidate and suppress and stop black people from voting. That's what they had to do. And that's what they did in large numbers. It was a huge problem throughout the southern states where they stopped Republicans from getting votes. Some black people were even being elected as Republican officials. And so there was a mass effort at voter intimidation against black people. And of course, always it was from the Democratic Party. I would urge people to check out the documentaries of my good friend Dinesh D'Souza. Hillary's America is one. It's a great one that shows some of the true history of the Democratic Party so that people can see the Democratic Party during this period, as a matter of fact, during the period of Reconstruction, as part of the voter suppression effort. The Democratic Party actually started the KKK, of course. That was their major function of the KKK was not to kill or hurt black people. It was to stop them from voting. That was the main purpose of the KKK, and that's why the Democratic Party started them. And after that, the next instance of mass voter for it was actually in the 1900s. But it was both from the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. It was in the 1900s, and it was because the Irish were coming in large numbers, and so the Anglo-Saxons were fighting against them and trying to stop them from voting. And it's chronicled in a great movie called Gangs of New York by Martin Scorsese. And they showed that entire instance because finally the New York City had become so overrun with gangs that were fighting over voter suppression that the U.S. Navy finally had to send a ship and basically just blew up everybody, killed everybody in certain sections of New York City. And it's a real thing. It really happened, and they killed a lot of people. And after that, the next great instance of voter suppression was in 1960. In 1960, when the Democrats figured out that they could flip an entire presidential election to JFK over Nixon by flipping one state, by concentrating mass voter fraud in the state of Illinois. By doing one state, they realized that they could flip an entire presidential election, and they did. They did it. And JFK was not a part of it. He didn't know about this. And I'm sure if he had known about it, he would not have accepted the presidency. But at that time, because this is a good old boy network from both sides, from both Republicans and Democrats. So at the time, Nixon knew about the fraud that had been done against him to give JFK the presidency. And Nixon was told, listen, don't contest it. Don't let the Democrats, get their president in. Don't fight against it, and we'll make sure you're president next time. And Nixon said, okay, I will leave it like that. And so this voter fraud on the part of, and I have to say it, on the part of Democrat leadership of the Democratic Party has had a long history that they honor, and they feel it's their ethical duty to do this kind of thing because they don't see it as wrong. They just don't. And that's why I said at the outset, Justin, that regular people just have a hard time believing that mindset is really out there. But it is, and it's real, and it's functioning. It's functioning right now. And that's why we have to, I would argue that we had a similar incident in the 2016 election because Hillary basically won the popular vote with illegal aliens from California, the single largest, most populous state in the union by far, and that's where a large portion of her votes came from. It's from illegal aliens in California, state of California, that just gave her a massive vote. And so I would argue that happened so that was the next massive wave of voter fraud in this country. And we're getting ready, and they're planning, according to chatter that we see from a lot of these anarchist groups, they're planning to do this voter fraud again. Also, there's the the case of the missing money. Joe Biden's campaign gave up on him trying to win the presidency months ago. They have given up completely. Mm-hmm. He's got almost $750 million in campaign contributions that he has, and yet they stopped having any field campaign, any sort of expenditures in the field. They have nobody knocking on doors for Joe Biden throughout the country. So they haven't. In other words, they've spent only a fraction of their money on their campaign because they basically have no campaign at this point. The cabal has no longer seriously trying to put Joe Biden as a candidate, and so where's all that money gone? That's a big question, and people are going to find out. People are going to follow up on this question because it's possible that all of this money from the Joe Biden campaign, it has to have gone somewhere. It's obviously not going to Joe and Kamala running around a little bus. They're running around a little broken down bus across the country. That money is enormous amounts of money. And there's some suspicion that a lot of that money has been funneled over to Antifa, the anarchist groups, and that it's very possible that a lot of the money has gone towards groups that are going to be perpetuating voter fraud on election day.
That's right. Yeah. And this is part of the reason why we're doing this event, because we have to get the word out. And, I'm sure you would agree that we've, for the first time in my life, it seems like we have a candidate who's actually trying to come out against voter fraud and is working for, the good forces. So, we got a really special treat. We have, I've been told that you have a documentary that's premiering today called 1,000 Pieces regarding corruption and reform of global intelligence agencies, which is probably pretty important. So we got a short trailer that we want to play, and then we'll come back on the other side and have a little discussion about that.
Great.
Stand by on that trailer, everybody. Here we go.
When these agencies get corrupted, these agencies get corrupted at the top, and they create a culture of corruption. We saw that with the FBI. We saw that in the CIA.
Their far-reaching tentacles have rooted so deeply throughout our society that I cannot even imagine how that could possibly be cleaned up.
I think CIA, the FBI, and elements of the NSA are out of control.
If the reform is done right of the intelligence agencies, I can see all the other countries following suit.
These agencies are facing a time of reckoning.
Really exciting. I mean, you've been you're a former FBI agent. How important do you think this reform is, real quick, before we close out?
I think it's the next great movement in government after Trump is reelected, which it's a virtual certainty to me. And it's going to be one of his great moves. It's going to be one of his great final scenes of The Godfather when he comes back is to carry out that promise from JFK. I shall take this agency and I shall break it into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. And hopefully, I mean, I've written to President Trump a couple of times that he needs to, that a lot of these agencies, I don't think they can be reformed. They need to be just destroyed and rebuilt into something else, because it's crazy the stuff that they have done. I mean, the CIA, the FBI, others as well. And we need to defend the American people against these things that these agencies have done. That's my contribution to that discussion there.
Right. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I really appreciate you, especially with your clout and your power of experience we're living in a world where a lot of people don't necessarily know how to see the facts. And so it takes somebody who's willing to shepherd them, somebody who's got the clout and the political capital and the social capital, somebody who can be trusted like yourself. And, I can't thank you enough for doing that. So really appreciate you coming on and joining us today.
Thanks so much, Justin. I appreciate it. And also, people, please make sure to watch Edge of Wonder TV. It's going to be election day. On election day, they're going to be broadcasting the entire day. They're going to be broadcasting the entire day from like 8 in the morning to nighttime, and they're going to have all kinds of people on, including myself, and we're going to be discussing election results and other things pertinent to the elections. If you haven't signed up for Edge of Wonder TV, edgeofwonder.tv, please sign up for that. That's going to be going on Tuesday, November 3rd, all of Election Day, and please sign up for Edge of Wonder TV. It's just like some ridiculous small amount, like $10 per month for Edge of Wonder TV to get like the cutting edge alternative news and programming and entertainment that you could ever imagine. It's great stuff. So please join us at that time.
Definitely. Yeah. Thanks, Sean. And don't forget, everybody, the premiere of this film, 1,000 Pieces, is going to be on website Orion or AURYN.com. Also stay tuned, because at the end of the event, we'll have a special announcement in regard for that. And we'll see you a little bit on the panel you'll be on. So thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Justin. Good stuff.
All right. Well, we have come to the section. Yep.
Yeah. So what an incredible is Lance back yet?
Slowly coming on here.
Awesome. We have a few minutes too. So while Lance is there, he is. What's up, brother? All right, guys. So what an incredible first hour with our speakers this morning, right?
Yeah. Wow. Action-packed.
Yeah, we are so grateful to have such heart-centered and impactful insiders and activists join our mission to bring human sovereignty and spirituality back into the election process. So Lance, what was one poignant moment that stood out to you from our speakers this morning?
Well, there was a lot, but one that I really resonate with deeply is what Sasha was talking about with sovereignty and natural law and moving back into that. That's definitely going to be a process, both individually and collectively. But I really believe that prayer and meditation is a way to begin that process, both individually and collectively. We retain our power and take back our power when we state and decree what we want our individual world to be and what we want our world around us to be.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Lance. And, one of the things that really stood out for me is just the seeming coherence by all the speakers and even the people who put this event together, that there's a sense of activation that has happened recently. I mean, David Nino and Arrigo's story is really inspiring. It seems like a lot of us are taking this moment of looking into the mirror and activating a sense of duty that we kind of feel to try to do something now. Like what is the old saying, when evil triumphs when good people do nothing? And I think we're seeing that. And the film that John's going to put out, I think, is going to be riveting and really help people see why this is so important. So yeah. And the physical spiritual process, I think, is a continuation upon our participation. And so we're praying and using our meditation for that. So I'm really grateful for that. So Lance, what are some of your thoughts as a final note?
Yeah, I'm just very excited for this whole thing that we've been doing this. It came together really nicely. We've all put a lot of hard work into this. With this prayer and meditation, we've got some really great artists lined up here, and we'll be bringing them on here in a couple minutes. Yeah, I just know that it's not possible to really analyze how this event is going to affect the election and things that happen after the election, but we know deep in our hearts that prayer and meditation works, and it does it in a positive way. I've told both of you this story, and I'll just say it very briefly, that during the last election, 2016, There was many different groups around the world, but specifically in the US, they went to polling booths and did flash mob meditations. And so, how did that affect the last election? Maybe Trump would have won with or without the meditation, but certainly it definitely helped bring in more love and light into that process. So on that note, I think it's time to bring in our artists, and this is for the prayer and meditation aspect of this whole event. So our first artist is Yolanda Faye, someone I know very well and have a lot of love for as a fellow human being. She is a political scientist, a holistic health practitioner, and a writer and poet. Through her near-death experience that she experienced, the course of her life completely altered, offering her a view into our deep interconnectedness as one humanity. As a writer, she infuses her experience of dying with her professional experience in politics, the healing arts, and spiritual science to bring forth writing that unifies us all. And I can tell you that the poem that she is about to read is very powerful and very moving. So I encourage everyone to really listen to all the words and, anchor in the love that she's bringing with this poem into your own heart and spread this out to the collective.
Alrighty, so our prayer offering today comes from Pastor Bruce Rhodes with the from the Tagula, Georgia Church, and will be followed by a guided meditation from Scott Kadamus. Scott is an Emmy Award-winning writer, producer of educational television, and master relationship coach. His programs have been enjoyed by millions worldwide, and he has become a sought-after speaker and workshop presenter. In between the spoken invocations, we will be supported by Ben Carroll of Inner Self Sustained on the Crystal Singing Bowls. Ben is a gifted and intuitive sound worker and a former full-time touring musician and universal recording artist, with album sales reaching the hundreds of thousands. For several years, Ben's focus has been on using sound coupled with group energy to strengthen intuition, facilitate healing, access higher dimensions of self, and facilitate the recalibration and expansion of the mind-body-soul connection. Without further ado, please welcome the spoken word of Miss Yolanda Faye. Yolanda, go ahead and unmute your microphone real quick. You're still muted.
Can you hear me?
There you go. There you
Excellent.
go.
Excellent.
Alrighty.
Thank you so much.
Take it away.
Woo! Thank you, everyone. Much love. So grateful to be here, unified together in this beautiful field of the heart and our oneness. I wrote this poem specifically for our event today and for our elections. It's from my upcoming book, Sutras of the Heart, Spiritual Poetry to Nourish the Soul. Thank you. We are never alone. Stepping up the game as if there are no winners nor losers, simply players within a field, unified in conscious love, aware of the stakes, connected to those playing for a better way, for all to see clear, flourishing into a river from the heart to the soul. A nation undivided, unified in a field of conscious play with never-ending love for our great nation. A magnificent player, playing fair with all, stepping up in our glorious world within a planet of conscious global natives. Our interconnected world, supported by sovereign beings. Our vote is our word. Thank you. Yes. Our vote is our word. Absolutely.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Rhodes, and I'm the pastor of Lifeway Church in Decula, Georgia. I want to thank Justin Dishaw for inviting me to pray during this Protect the Vote event today. Before I lead us in prayer for our nation and the election, I would like to share a few thoughts with you. First of all, I believe that it is important to remember and appreciate the fact that we live in a country that we can vote and where we do have the freedom to express our faith through prayer. With all of the negative things that have been happening in the world around us, it's a good time to be thankful and grateful for the many blessings that we enjoy on a daily basis. I'm also grateful during this turbulent time that God has chosen us to be peacemakers and to be an influence of unity and peace. God is looking for people to bring unity through the love for one another that He put within each one of us. Jesus spoke these revolutionary words: love your neighbor as you love yourself. And since we love our neighbors, we must demonstrate it by praying for them and for our nation. This is one way that we can choose to be a part of the solution. I would like to share one of my favorite passages regarding the necessity of prayer for our leaders and the results that it brings. These instructions came from a letter that was written from an older minister to a younger minister, the Apostle Paul, to his disciple Timothy. He said, most of all, I'm writing to encourage you to pray with gratitude to God. Pray for all people with all forms of prayers and requests as you intercede with intense passion. And pray for every political leader and representative so that we would be able to live tranquil, undisturbed lives as we worship the awe-inspiring God with pure hearts. It is pleasing to our Savior God to pray for them. He longs for everyone to embrace His life and return to the full knowledge of the truth. That passage is found in the book of 1 Timothy, chapter 2. So now join me as I lead us in prayer. Heavenly Father, we acknowledge You as the creator of heaven and earth and the source of life and love and peace. We ask You to bless our nation with Your peace during this election process. We ask that You would bring down the walls that have divided us and heal the hearts that have been wounded by hatred as we pray for unity in our nation. Help us to love one another like You love us. We pray for all those that currently hold a political office and all those that are running for office. Give them wisdom and help them to identify the solutions that we need in our country. We ask that You would move on the hearts and the minds of every person voting so that they vote conscientiously and justly. Protect the people and the systems that are collecting and counting the votes so that there is honesty and truthfulness in the outcome. We pray that there be peace at every polling location and in every street and in every city in our nation. It is in Jesus' name that we ask these things. Amen.
Thank you for those beautiful bowls and that beautiful voice. And I want to acknowledge the beautiful words of the pastor that really resonated deeply for me. So I want to thank Yolanda for her beautiful poem. It's been interesting watching this program because in the first part, there were very dynamic, passionate speakers. And some of what they said, I so loved their passion. And some of what they said certainly didn't feel nonpartisan. And I noticed discomfort in my body. And it wasn't about the belief system. It was about when we see another as evil or bad or wrong. And I'm troubled because I have friends that are blue that believe that the other guy is evil, and friends that are red that believe the other guy is evil. And I'm reminded of the Dalai Lama when he was shown photographs of Chinese soldiers burning down a Tibetan temple. And he wept. And then the interviewer asked him, how do you feel when you think about Chinese soldiers raping Tibetan women, perhaps murdering Tibetan people? And he wept. And the interviewer kept pushing, well, what do you have to say? What do you have to say? And finally, the Dalai Lama said, I'm deeply reminded that I must pray equally for the Chinese soldiers as I do for my Tibetan people. This, to me, is where we're going. This is the movement of human consciousness into a greater field of compassion. And so as I prepare to lead a meditation, I invite us to consider we're not just voting for a Democrat or a Republican, but within ourselves, can we vote to do our best to break out of the bondage of judgment, out of the bondage of right and wrong, out of the bondage of I'm good, he's bad, this is right, this is wrong. I believe that's the vote that is also taking place at this time in human history. So thank you for letting me share that. And I'll invite us all now to get into a relaxed state. And always start with the breath. Consciously breathing at your own pace. And taking a moment between inhale and exhale. Again, moving at your own pace, but in that precious moment between the inhale and the exhale is the void. The void that is infinite, including infinite possibility. It is the womb of creation. For all consciousness expands and contracts, just like our breath. Our life begins with breath and ends with the exhale of our last breath. And in between is the void, infinite possibility. So as you practice breathing consciously, just letting my voice slightly guide you, I invite you to feel beloved Mother Earth, Gaia, underneath you, all around you. And to remember that we are always being held by our true mother, our Pachamama. It's called gravity. So remember, we are always being held, even when we feel alone. And to be grateful for these incredible body temples that allow us to, as spiritual beings, have this human experience, the joy of the sensations and the challenges of the illusion of separation. Thank you, beloved Mother Earth, for this body that even as I speak, is making all these decisions to support my health, my well-being. I also invite us to give thanks to that which has 1,000 names: God, higher power, highest source, higher self, life, the universe, whatever you call it. For myself, I'll call it Father Sky Creator. Of course, not of any real gender, but recognizing that life itself has conspired to create you and I and everything that we see. And giving thanks for Creator to give us this opportunity to experience life and to learn to love. But truly, the meaning of life is to learn to love ourselves and to love each other. And so in this moment, what can you do to love yourself more fully? Self-love is never selfish. When we love ourselves fully, then we have this overflowing cup, and we naturally want to give to others. It's our nature to contribute to the well-being of others when our cup is full. And for many of us, even when our cup just has a smidgen. And I also ask you, what can you do to practice more love, more compassion for those that you might judge? How can you, I, all of us channel that inner Dalai Lama inside of us to pray equally for all? As within, as without. George Harrison wrote, "Within you, without you." Jesus spoke of it. As we heal ourselves and our inner world, our outer world changes. Our experience of the outer world changes. So let's close this meditation with a minute of silence. And I invite you to hold your own personal highest vision for yourself and for our world at this time. Thank you. Namaste.
Wow. Welcome back, everyone. That was powerful. Not really much more to be said than that. We're going to talk for a few minutes until our next group of panelists come on. But I love that. That was deeply transformative and powerful. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Yolanda. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. We united as one, and we're, shifting the collective. How are you feeling after this, Kaylin?
I've had my background is ancient spiritualities, and so the spiritual journey that I've been on has been wide and deep and holographic at times, but really seeing two sides come together at the same time and understanding that no matter what side of anything you land on, the end goal is unification and unity, and that is the greatest weapon or shield or tool or kind of infrastructure construct that we can build with and around ourselves, is this unity. And I think I understand that differently today, after seeing Pastor Bruce and Ben and Scott, and it all starting with Yolanda's words, just seeing two sides of what a lot of people assume are different coins. It's actually the two sides of the same coin, but seeing us come together like this and bring it all together, I realized that we are the strongest we've ever been, against the forces of darkness, no matter who, what, where, or how you think those are. It's incredible. I feel very strong, as a collective. I can feel the collective consciousness is bonded in a stronger way. Kind of like light steel, like light beams of steel is what I keep seeing. So thank you to all of the artists. It was incredible. And Justin, what did you get out of that experience?
I just want to echo the deep gratitude and thanks you just shared, both of you, because when we started to talk about putting this event together, the spirit behind it is that we wanted to kind of create like a safe haven, or a place where unity, consciousness, and togetherness and love and fellowship as a human family could really blossom. And I could give you, an 8-hour dissertation about why I think that's important at an intellectual level, but really feeling it and living it out was touching in a way that I didn't realize. I mean, I had goosebumps the whole time. And I just feel really grateful to all the speakers and the folks who came in, Sasha coming in 3 a.m. I really appreciate him, David and Laura, John, of course, Yolanda, everybody. We really created something very special here. And of course, all of you who are listening and watching, whether you're in the Zoom room or you're watching the replay or you're live right now, I mean, when we as individuals bring our consciousness together, I think it's really powerful. We live in a universe that it's an observational universe. So we make real something just by our presence, our witness. And when we stand in unity and give life to that unity, we can do really powerful things. I think that's when the one that becomes many becomes one again. So yeah, very powerful. Lance, go ahead and take us out.
Yeah, so we just
there's a lot of people on the panel list. I don't know how we're going to do it. It was 20 minutes or 20 minutes.
I think we have a mic on.
Yeah.
Maybe David. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Go ahead, Lance.
Yeah, we just want to remind everyone that to stick around, and at the end of this, we're going to have a big, major surprise, a major reveal for you. We'll get to that in due time, but it's absolutely worth your time staying. We're not just saying that. It is definitely a nice surprise at the end, so stick around for that.
Awesome. Yeah, so next we actually have our speaker panels, guys. So first up is Justin hosting our spiritual tools panel. We'd like to welcome back Laura Eisenhower and David Rodriguez of Dark to Light, as well as Ben Chasteen from Edge of Wonder and Nicole Froelich of the Enlighten Up podcast. So Ben is a writer, producer, and co-founder of edgeofwonder.tv, a streaming platform bringing you uncensored premium content and hard-hitting truths. Nicole is an intuitive life coach, healer, tarot reader, and creator of her latest program, Alchemy. Alchemy is a growing community of people wishing to deepen their own alchemical journey of healing and transformation while receiving guidance on how to navigate the path of ascension. Turning it over to you, Justin.
Thanks so much, Kaylin. Welcome all of our panelists, David, Laura, Ben, and Nicole. And so we'll go ahead and dive right in. We got a short amount of time to cover, no doubt, a lot that you'll have to share on this topic. So we're in the middle of a spiritual warfare. It's been said there is a war for our souls, and the battlefield is our minds. With this constant inundation of psychological warfare and even biological warfare that we've all and will continue to endure, what are some spiritual tools that you can personally use and can recommend to the audience to help weather our current reality? And we'll start with David. You there, David?
Sorry.
How's it
Can you
going,
repeat
David?
that message again? I was having trouble with my computer. I'm new to this stuff. All right, go ahead. What's the question again?
No worries. Yeah. What do you think some spiritual tools are that we have to deal with this, warfare that's happening on our minds and our spirits right now?
Okay. Well, I'm just going to be honest about all this, what's coming, we all know that prayer works, meditation works. We all know this. We know we can direct or try to direct the outcome of this election if just 1% of us do this. But listen, there's that old saying that be a warrior in the garden. You have to be prepared for what's coming as well. You can't always run away from a fight. And I'm here just to say this because things could get ugly. Things could get bad. And you have to be able to defend yourself. And look, there's going to come a time that this could possibly happen. And I would love to preach about love and spirituality and all that on here. Absolutely. But there could come a time where you need to stand up for yourself and use other means necessary to fight back, because this is a very unpredictable environment we're living in right now. And I could say, yeah, just meditate through it and pray through it, but that'd be lying to you. And I'm not going to lie to anybody on this program. We can do our best together collectively to try to steer this election where we want it to go. Everything comes out unicorns and rainbows, and I'm all about it. I'm 100% on this program, preaching prayer and meditation 100%, but we got to be realistic. Things can happen in this election. Okay. Things can happen, and we all need to understand that and be ready, because there are things planned right now that Trump has a landslide victory or whatever. And Laura knows this. She just sent me an article about this. So, I mean, perfect timing. They're planning a lot of chaos. And what are you going to do? Just pray and meditate through the chaos? You may need to defend yourself. You may need to fight back. So as much as nobody on this program wants to hear that, we want to know, we want to be about prayer and meditation and guide this the right direction. Yeah, right now we do that. But we need to prepare also accordingly. Prepare according to what could happen after these elections. And it could be pretty bad, and I hope everyone is properly prepared. They have food, water, ammunition. I know some of the people on here probably don't want to hear that, but listen, when you have to defend your life, you have to.
Yeah. And I think that makes sense.
What's that?
I think it makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to get everyone on board to understand that, listen, we have to protect our property and our rights. These people are savages. They're going to stop at nothing to take what's yours and disrupt society and destabilize society. That's their goal. That's the main goal here.
Right.
And Laura just sent me an article talking about the nuke button being pushed if they lose. And we all know the Trump support is off the charts, right? We know just how big it is. So for them to, sorry, go ahead. You can answer the rest.
Yeah. Thanks, David. Really appreciate it. We'll move right on to Laura. Laura, the question is again, what do you think some spiritual tools are that we can use to deal with the situation we're in right now?
Just to be mindful at all times, and to be prepared, and to allow fear to expand you instead of constrict you and crush you. Let it be a gateway to just doing the right thing for yourself. Sometimes we feel fear and anxiety, and it can spur us to action. When we give our power away and we go into denial, that's not the best response. We need to be mindful all the time and just pay attention to our body's signals, get really, really in touch with ourselves, because our higher self and our soul has our back. It'll tell us what to do, what we need to do, and where we need to go at all times if we can just listen to it. So if an anxiety comes up, ask yourself, what is that coming from? Why is that feeling and sensation there? What can you tell me? What can you show me? We either determine, oh, okay, it's a warning from my higher self, or somebody's getting into your space outside of you and you got to have a boundary. So we will be able to answer our own questions if we can ask ourselves the questions. And instead of like medicating or trying to escape the signals that are coming up in us, with vices to kind of take it away, which is why the pharmaceutical companies have been so dangerous, because it's blocked our ability to really listen to ourselves. If we can really just like breathe into it and just stay as in touch and centered within ourselves as possible, we will know what we need to do at all times. And so, let's just bring unconditional love into the space so that we're not in judgment of those difficult feelings that come up, because fear is not going to make us manifest a dark timeline. The absence of understanding what's behind the fear might. So we just need to get in touch with it, because we're dealing with predators. We're dealing with war. We're in a war on consciousness. And so we can answer to that and best armor ourselves. We'll notice that sensation begins to slip away and we feel a sense of security. And once we ground into that sense of security, we're probably doing okay. And that's, the most important thing. Follow your sensations and feelings, let it guide you, act upon it, and then you'll be greatly shielded to get through this bumpy phase that we're going to be going through. But once we get to the other side of it, I'm sure everything's going to be, awesome. And holding the space that we are today is playing a huge, huge part in it. But yeah, don't fear fear. Don't fear pain. Open up yourself to listen, and you'll be guided at all times. Our higher self knows exactly why we came during this time, that we would be up against this right now in our human, in this human era. So trust yourself and listen.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Laura. Go ahead and check out their podcast, Dark to Light. Just Google search that. And I really appreciate it, Laura. Good to see you again.
Really good to see you, all of you. Oh my gosh. You have no idea.
Sorry. My dogs do their own thing, and they own my house. I rent from them.
Yeah, that's right.
So, they kind of boss me around. So, but I had to take care of that situation right now. So I'm sorry. I want to apologize to everybody. So people can catch myself and Laura on Dark to Light on Patreon, and I really appreciate you guys having me on. And I'm sorry about that. What just happened right now with my dogs.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, really appreciate you guys both for coming on. We'll be in touch for sure, no doubt, and we'll keep up the good fight. So thanks so much, guys.
God bless everybody.
Likewise. All right, for our next panelist, we have none other than Ben Chasteen from Edge of Wonder. Ben, are you there? How's it going, brother?
I'm muted. There. Can you hear me now?
Go. Yeah. How's it going?
Good. How are you, Justin?
Pretty good. Lots of activity. I hear you're doing an 8-hour live stream or something like that. This Tuesday,
we're doing really next week. We're gonna have all this stuff going on every day. We're planning to go live every day next week.
Awesome.
So we'll see how it goes.
Cool.
For the election. So
yeah, I think it's important. Well, I mean, I'm sure you've got a lot to say on this, and we only got a few minutes, but I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on what spiritual tools we could use to deal with the situation we're in, this kind of assault on our consciousness.
Yeah, this is a question that I realize it's been coming up a lot, and I think because everything is very heavy right now with, everything happening in the world. I realize too that, we've been focusing so much on the dark stuff and exposing the dark stuff. And it's like you said, okay, what do we do? How do we change all this negativity into a positive? And it's interesting hearing David and Laura's and kind of contrast, but at the same time, it's a balance that really shows their characteristics. And one thing I want to stress is that I really believe that we're all here for a reason. Like, we all chose to be here during this time specifically. And it's like, when you think about how many planets that exist just in our um, galaxy alone, let alone all the other multi-trillion galaxies that exist, and the fact that most of us come from other worlds, other places, and we could have reincarnated in any trillions and trillions upon trillions of these planets, and we all chose to be here at this specific time. And there's like a billion people, several billion people, 7 billion people, seems like a lot, but when you really think about how many lives are in the cosmos, it's almost like, I almost kind of believe that we were either chosen, maybe we're like representatives of like the beings that we represent, or like the cosmic systems that we represent, or that we volunteered to come here. And when you think about it like that, upon trillions of trillions, it's like you couldn't even, it'd be like winning the lottery every single day for your whole life when you really think about it, so it's like, right now it's really hectic, it's chaotic, it's confusing, it's scary. But when you really look at it, I really believe that, I'm just going to say God, because I mean, that's like divine creator. It's like he sees everything. The divine creator sees everything in all times simultaneously. So for God, nothing is chaotic, nothing is crazy, because it's already been planned out. It's already there. It's like he already knows what the evil is going to do, how the evil is going to play out, and I've seen this personally, that I think, from my understanding, when you're talking about other dimensions, time exists so differently in other dimensions. And I know people who've had like a near-death experience. In that moment, time seems to slow down. It's like they think they're going to die, and actually, someone that we work with, their car flipped over a bunch of times, and they thought, oh, this is like the end, but then he walked out of there completely fine, without a scratch even. And I think, when you're talking about these angelic realms, the higher realms, it's like so many things can happen to us. It's like, oh, it's a split second, but to them, it's really drawn out. And I guess the point of what I'm trying to get to is that we have to have faith that everything is going to work out, and not give into the fear. And and like Laura said something really interesting. She's like, our emotions will tell us where we are. And I so much agree with that. It's like, when we're really afraid, or really anxious, or whatever it is, I think it's a good reminder to remind ourselves, like, okay, why am I feeling this fear? Is it because I lack faith? Well, I mean, that's like the opposite of that. So how can I gain more faith? How can I put more trust in the divine, and whatever it is that you believe in personally? So I think the key is that trusting in that, and I think, when it's since the Great Awakening, I really believe it's not a understanding, or like an enlightenment that we're going to all come to terms with, and that's it. I really believe it's more of a deeper spiritual awakening that follows it. for example, someone may come to you during that time when it gets really crazy and is going to be very hostile. And if you can really remain calm and serene and just be really in that state, you could stop them. You can stop them from doing violence. You can change people. And I think this is the key, is that when we can really get to the point where we can become more balanced, and it's okay to, I think it's a good thing to be prepared for, whatever's going to happen, because we do know something's going to happen. But when you find your balance through whatever it is, meditation, through your own belief, through your own practice, through yoga, it's like, then you can see things. It's almost like you're seeing things from all different angles, and you know how to handle those situations. You can take a step back and reflect on what's happening in front of you and say, okay, I'm not going to let this situation control me. So instead, I believe that we can have that power to control the situations around us when we can really truly control our emotions. And I think that's the key aspect, is controlling our emotions, which, even myself, I'm having a hard time doing right now. but it's a process. It's a process for all of us.
Right. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, one thing that really touched me in the last minute or so we have is that, if you use your meditation and your mind to pray or approach the divine, so you try to see through the eyes of God, in a sense, you have that stability, because you're right that God doesn't see chaos anywhere. And I think that's a really good nugget to chew on over the next few days ahead. So Ben, I know this event's going to happen. Is it going to be on the platform? Is it on edgeofwonder.tv or?
Yeah, it'll be on edgeofwonder.tv, and around 6:30 Eastern time, we'll go live every day next week. And then election day, Tuesday, we're not really sure. We're going to go live, late at night as well on Tuesday night. Rob and I think we'll be together and just kind of watch the elections and just kind of, see what happens.
Right.
If there's still an election, I mean, man, I'm still kind of shocked that, I don't know, who knows what's going to happen, but.
Right. Well, cool. Well, definitely stay in touch with that. I'll let everybody know what's going on my end, and see if we can even potentially broadcast it on my YouTube channel. So
sure. Sounds good.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks so much for coming. edgeofwonder.tv, everybody. Ben Justine, much appreciated.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You got it. And finally, we have Nicole Froelich. Nicole, really great to have you on. I feel like it's been a while since we chatted last time. It was a different world.
No. Yeah, good to see you, Justin, and of course, Ellen and Lance.
Yeah, so I'm sure you've got a lot of perspective to offer here. Like, what do you think some of these spiritual tools that we can use to maybe potentially make good of the situation, or at least weather it?
Well, you guys asked such a great question, and I'd love to focus on the last three words of that question, which was our current reality. And I believe spiritually, one of the best things that we can do is stop engaging with this induced reality that keeps us in bondage to the matrix. We are master creators, and we often hear this a lot, especially in our spiritual community. But do we actually understand how masterful we are in that creation? We often are programmed, even in this community, to believe that there are beings in higher dimensions that are more powerful than us. But what if it was true that we as humans in this DNA skin suit were actually so powerful that we could access all of those dimensions while still being in such a dense reality, such as this 3D reality, and still create from using all of the awareness and the access that we have to those higher dimensions? So that in itself would be an incredible feat. And I think it's important for us to remember that we are connected to source, which means we are an infinite source of creation. And that means we have total control over our reality. So I'd love for everyone to kind of think about this matrix as a system of narcissism. And what is the best way to starve a narcissist? Stop giving them your attention.
Yeah.
And, that's the way we take our sovereignty back, by focusing on what we want to create in this reality. Is it healthier relationships? Is it a union with a divine partner? Is it your mission to help benefit humanity? Is it strengthening your intuitive gifts? Whatever it is, take your source that is given fuel and funnel it into what reality you want to create, not the reality that this matrix is telling us to focus on. So what I've been doing since spring and summer is recognizing how much of my energy is actually siphoned through social media, digital devices. It's literally an addiction once you pay attention to it, which is of course a design by the matrix to keep us addicted to their reality, and so they can continue to program our subconscious with their reality.
Yep.
Peace should be our number one priority. Peace holds the frequency that is so high, the only frequency higher than that is enlightenment. Peace is a frequency that is higher than love. It is higher than joy. And believe me, the matrix knows this. It knows that. And that's why at every possible moment, the system is designed to disrupt our peace. So finding peace is one of the best things that we can do during this time. And one of the things that I've done is I've taken a digital detox, which anyone who's on my channel and follows me knows I did this back in April. I took a couple of days off from all my digital devices, all social media. I never turned my phone on. I never turned my computer on. And one of my students in my alchemy program aptly called it a dopamine detox. And it's unreal to recognize how much we are addicted to the dopamine hits that literally come through this social media and political agenda that we're getting so tied into. And what does it do? Knowing that we're such spiritual beings and that we're all working to raise our frequency, they use that and siphon off our high frequency into the matrix. So what I thought was really beautiful with the meditation that you guys did, and I just want to say that I literally was brought to tears at the end. The music at the end, Ben, you did a great job. The heartbeat sound that was behind that is something that we should all be connecting to. The primal beat of the heartbeat is something that through my early 30s and my awakening journey was something I connected to bring in heart-mind coherence. To bring in union and communion of my spirit self with my body. And when we can tune into that primal heartbeat, it does bring a sense of peace and harmony within. So creating a daily ritual practice is really important. And the breath is one of the best things we can do, especially given the times we're in where we're being told to cover our faces and not breathe in healthy air. So create a ritual every day. I do 20 minutes a day of the breath of life, which is breathing in through your nose to the count of 7, holding your breath for 3 seconds, and then exhaling through your nose, but tilting it to your heart chakra. And just repeating that over and over for 20 minutes. And that will definitely bring in that frequency of peace for you and harmony and union, which is what we're all here for. Another thing that I'd love to offer all of you is I have a free meditation on my website called The Hero Awakens, Earth Angels Rise. And I was guided by my Pleiadian guidance team to offer that for free, which was a meditation I created in my alchemy program. And it is to inspire anyone who doesn't feel like they may have the energy to fight this fight. Know that you are your own hero in this fight, and know that you are an earth angel walking this planet at this time. And you do have a mission, and that mission is simply just to hold the frequency of love, union, and peace here. And that meditation is there to boost your frequency and to allow you to connect with the hero within. And then, of course, the last thing that I would offer is boundaries. Sovereignty is nothing without our boundaries. Do not let toxic people into your life. And if you have toxic relationships, either heal them or get rid of them. It's time that we start to disable that kind of behavior and not enable it, and know that there is no reason for any of us to interact with it any longer. So just know what is good for you, know what brings in peace and harmony into your life, and continue to engage in things that help you create that.
Wonderful. Yeah, really good tips. I especially like the part about detaching from the matrix. We might even say like the narcissistic matrix, because they really want to get you invested in that and give you all those little dopamine rewards that come with that kind of thing. So yeah, beautiful. Where can people find your work, Nicole?
They can go to my website, NicoleFrolic.com. I have everything that you need is there. I also have a alchemy program that is designed to help anyone who's wanting to be guided on their awakening. It's a community that is growing and is there just to help you move through your own soul transformation and the ascension process. I also have a YouTube channel that's under my name, Nicole Frolic, as well.
Great. Thanks so much, Nicole.
Thanks, guys.
Really appreciate you coming. Yeah,
That was
thanks.
so awesome, Nicole.
Hi, Laura.
And yeah, thanks everybody, all the panelists for joining us during this segment, Spiritual Tools. I'll just say a few closing thoughts in the last couple of minutes we got here, and that is that, you know, I think as a personally that we come to this life to do something. It's not just, you know, hanging out. That there is a kind of mission. There's something to do, and when we use the truth and our own discernment and our own emotions and vitality for life to breathe energy into truth, then we can affect the world in a really beautiful way. And I think when you activate that aspect of yourself, in psychology, there's 3 responses to fear. There's fight, flight, and freeze. And fight, we often think is like, you know, raging, but it's not really that. At a neurological level, it's about bravely accepting reality and then believing that you can do something beautiful about it and take on your sovereign power to really create order out of chaos, so to speak. So another principle that's really important is involution. This is something they talked about in the Kaibalion, that the outbreath of God it creates disorder. It changes up the game, so to speak, because the creator is infinite and the creation is somewhat limited. So when change comes into your life, it's not that you should just cower away in fear. It's that there's an opportunity for you to participate with that. When you bring in this holistic perspective, you really step into your power and use truth and discernment to do it, then I mean, we can move mountains, guys. Like, seriously, like this event, I feel like is a really good example of that, because all of these people all across the world literally have come together, regardless of their political affiliation, to try to breathe energy and life into something really beautiful, which is that we're all living on the same world together. Let's try to pray for peace, meditate for peace, and make sure everybody's sovereign voice can be heard. So I just wanted to give everybody some thoughts to think about. So thank you again, everybody, all the panelists, David, Laura, Ben, and Nicole, and hopefully everybody join me in thanking our wonderful panelists. Final goodbyes to everybody. And next we have Lance hosting our political discussion. We are bringing back FBI Special Agent John DeSouza, as well as Jason Frank, Rob Counts, and Mickey Huff. Jason was rocketed into the public eye when he carried a World War II veteran into a Trump rally that made local and national headlines. Rob Counts is the counterpart and co-founder and producer of EdgeOfWonder.tv. And Mickey Huff is coming to us from Project Censored. Lots of great work there. And I'll turn it over to you, Lance. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Justin. All right. Guys, we're going to be talking about the political landscape a little bit. Got John on. John, welcome back. All right, guys.
Thanks, man.
All the questions, I'm going to ask a question. It's directed to everyone, and I'll repeat it for everyone. John, beginning with you. So everyone has a different perspective on the current political climate as it relates to corruption and suppressed information. What do you believe is the most pressing issue and censored information for the American people and humanity worldwide right now? And how can we go forward shining a light onto the suppressed information amidst the active and increasing censorship that's happening right now?
Well, we have to face up to the extraordinary fact that we're facing a global cabal that is against the American people, and it is made up of the globalist central bankers who are pumping money into our country to get our political elites to work with them. It is mainstream media, global mainstream media, It is also the Democratic Party, and it is also the giant tech companies that we have to deal with on a daily basis. All of these giant tech companies that are censoring us right now, that are censoring us, shutting us down, deplatforming us, these alternative voices, because they don't want our message out. They want our message squelched and quieted. And we need to just keep coming back at them, keep coming back on the same platforms in other forms. And we need to keep on helping each other wherever we can, and supporting one another. People need to support these voices. They need to support Edge of Wonder .tv, who is working so hard to bring these alternative news, this entertainment, this information to people, and people just at a ridiculously low price, like less than $10 a month. I mean, it's crazy, and people just need to support these platforms, support these alternative voices, because it's the only way. Right now, we're living through this period of book burning by these giant tech companies, and for right now, the president is allowing us to fight on our own at this point. So this is what we need to do. We need to support each other, and people need to support these speakers and these platforms that are working so hard to bring them the real information that is out there, what is really happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Edge of Wonder is doing a great job. So many other platforms out there. John, earlier in your message, you said that they, meaning big tech and this global cabal, is trying to suppress our message. What do you mean by our message in general terms, or even specific terms?
It's our message that we are being lied to, that we are having our rights taken away from us. We are having all of these globalist institutions that I always put it this way, that basically they don't work for you. All of these congressmen, these senators, these big tech companies, it's this message that they are not working for you. They're not working for the American people. They're working for somebody else, obviously, because they are hurting us at every turn. They're working against us. They are burning our cities. They're destroying our businesses. They are encouraging all kinds of anti-American activity at every turn. And that is the message that we need to bring to people, and that we are bringing to people all the time. And we need to keep getting that message out. We need to keep making people understand that these institutions that are working against us, it's not because they're misunderstanding something. It's not because they believe in different values than we do. It's because they are malevolent. They are malevolent, and they are working for somebody else. That's the message.
That's awesome. So we've just got a couple minutes left, John, but one point I want to bring up, and I want to ask you, we watched your trailer to your documentary, 1,000 Pieces. Now, I know what that stands for, that specific title. I was told by Kaylin why it was chosen, but will you tell everyone why you titled it 1,000 Pieces? Because it ties into Julian Assange, with things that he's done, JFK, CIA. Please tell us what that means and where we can find that, and then we'll go on to Rob next.
One of the most aggressive declarations that JFK made just before he was assassinated was that he knew what the CIA was up to. He knew how evil and how malevolent they are. And if you want to know what I'm talking about, people should just look up Operation Northwoods. Operation Northwoods. Look up what really happened there, and you'll know. And that was the incident that made JFK say this quote. He said, "I shall take the CIA, I shall break it into 1,000 pieces, and I shall scatter it to the winds." That's what he said. And people cheered. But unfortunately, shortly after that, the CIA, along with other elements, were able to assassinate JFK. So that's so what we're experiencing now is this presidency that is continuing the work that JFK was unable to finish at that time, and that's where we're going right now with all of this.
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. Thank you, John. Thanks for doing that, for helping to create that documentary. I'm excited to see it. I know everyone else will be too. Fascinating stuff. Thank you, John. Appreciate your time, brother. And
thanks, Lance.
Talk to you again soon.
Awesome.
All right, Rob, are you there? We'll bring you on.
I am here, and I just wanted to say, John, it's great to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you and your wife are doing well.
Doing great. Thanks.
And thanks for what you said, man. It was, really appreciate it.
Thanks, man. I meant it.
Awesome. Rob, so many people know who you are. One of the creators of EdgeOfWonder.tv. All the work that you do, everyone loves it and supports it. Thanks for being here, brother.
Oh, thanks so much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I like your shirt too.
Oh, thanks.
So the question for you, and I'll just reiterate it. What do you believe is the most pressing issue in censored information for the American people and humanity worldwide? And then how do we go forward shining the light onto the suppressed information and the active censorship that you have just experienced within the last week yourself?
Gosh, that's a really broad question. I think the most important thing I think about the censorship, honestly, is perhaps a little bit more on the spiritual level than it is on the political level, if you could even call it that. I think it's really important that when these things happen, the things that have happened to all of us, that we don't stop, we don't give up and just hang up our hat and say, hey, I can't do anything anymore. This is it. It's over, right? Like, they literally, no matter what any of us do, they like seemingly control everything right now. You could keep going a level higher. If it's not the Patreon or the company that you're getting your donations from, it could be the company that's swiping the credit cards. If it's not them, it could be the credit card companies themselves. If it's not them, it could be the banks, right? You can always go up a level higher, and there always seem to be these nefarious entities controlling things. And yet here we are. We're here. We're doing it. We're spreading the word. We're getting the truth out there. And just because we lose doesn't mean we're not gaining on the other side. These are huge, huge opportunities for us, to all of us collectively, to put our foot down and to take a gigantic step forward into, of course, uncharted territories. It's scary. I mean, we had been planning for about a year and a half, a little over a year, almost maybe 2 years, for this to happen. We knew they were going to do this to us. The last 2 years were literally preparing for that moment when Ben and I were together, we're in the same place, and we lose our YouTube channel. And it was like, we just looked at each other and we were like, it's on, like, challenge accepted. Let's do this. Let's keep going. Let's actually rely on the fact that we believe that everyone out there, your voice is stronger than these people trying to suppress us. And that's what I think is so important right now. I think that's the most important thing, is that we do make those decisions. We do make those decisions to say, hey, I am going to support the truth. I am going to make this decision to do the right thing right now and keep this going,
Absolutely. Human beings and the human spirit and the principle of life itself is always forward and always creative. And that's something that this artificial intelligence and artificial matrix construction, they can't create. They can only duplicate and just basically imitate. But you know, in instances like this, when, you know, you're deplatformed, we have the opportunity, just like you said, to create something new and turn it into a better solution and a better operation. And I believe, I mean, I agree with you completely that this is only fueling the fire, and it only accelerates the evolution of consciousness and the evolution of our planet in general, because now we are forced as creators, human beings, to create something new again and make.
That's right.
You know, you guys have certainly learned, I'm sure, so much information about so many different things in terms of media and how to get and now you can take all of that and, you know, move in another direction that is going to end up being even better.
That's the hope.
Yeah. So what things are you guys working on right now? I mean, I know that you guys are going to do a live stream for the election, and next week Ben was just talking about that.
Yeah, I think I'll just kind of bring a few things up that I think are really important for everyone everyone at home to know. So yeah, we're going to be doing live broadcasting all next week. You know, we're in it to win it. We want a really good, safe place, fun place for people to come while we're all experiencing the craziest week of our lives, potentially up until right now, right? And I think there's just been an enormous amount of research that's been going on the Edge of Wonder side. Like, our entire team revolved around a few things. One is, what is this bag of cats that is the internet that we all know, and streaming services, and what is behind that? Like, we've had to do a deep dive on streaming and the internet over the last several weeks to try to wrap our heads around, like, how deep does this rabbit hole go? And this is why, you know, a lot of people are asking us, so why don't you just put stuff free and it's like such and such place? And it's because we're looking into those like different websites and they scare us, you know. Like, I don't want to say anything bad about anyone in particular, but it just doesn't appear like our safest place to be right now is edgeofwonder.tv, because we created it from scratch. And we're, you know, after that traumatic YouTube experience, we need to be safe about the next steps that we're taking. The other thing that we're doing a tremendous amount of research around right now is everything regarding the laptop that was leaked to Giuliani, and of course the this whole Biden issue, right? The Biden family issue. I think what people don't really understand is that every issue going on right now, whether it's COVID, whether it's the adrenochrome that people are researching, whether it's of course bioweapons or things like that, whether it's organ harvesting and or human trafficking, or everything revolved around the leaks and the Biden family, all center around the CCP, these different operations going on within the CCP. And there is a lot of misinformation about that. And it's very important, because Ben and I have had our foot in this stuff for about 20 years now, researching this stuff. And a lot of people don't understand what is happening and how their deep state, their separate deep state, actually influences the deep state that's over here, and the different, like almost warring families that are there, and what's going on. And, some of these things are CCP operations. Just because something's leaked doesn't mean there's not a reason behind it. Right. So we all need to be on our toes. Right now, it looks like some of the factions over there in China are trying to latch onto the coattails of the winning administration. And there is I'm wearing this shirt for a reason, right? There is no future that involves communism. This is the most evil thing that's ever been on the planet. It's killed well over 100 million people easily. What's in books is somewhere around 95 million. But I think we would be silly to just think that that's it. Right. So it's very important that people understand all of these issues. And I really feel like at this point in time, with everything going on, this is kind of why Edge of Wonder .tv and why what we're doing we feel is so important, is because we really need to make sure people are equipped to handle the kind of things that are actually happening to the United States right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys have played a monumental role in bringing out a lot of suppressed information, but also a lot of information that is there, but just a lot of people don't know about. So thank you, Rob. I know that you guys are going to continue to do those deep dives and bring out all this stuff that we need and deserve to know. Like, whether someone wants to know it or not, we as humanity, we need to know this, and we deserve to know it. People deserve to know the truth, and we can make our minds up from there. We can go forward with that however we wish.
Amen, brother. Agreed.
Yeah. Thank you, Rob.
And hey, Lance, this is the first time I'm actually meeting you, so it's really awesome to meet you, bro.
Thank you, you as well. Yeah, this definitely a long time coming, and I'm sure we'll collaborate more soon.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Rob. Jason, we'll bring you on next.
I check.
Jason, how's it going, brother?
Good. How are you?
Good. All right. So we got the question for you as well. What do you believe is the most pressing issue right now in censored information for the American people and humanity worldwide at this particular juncture? And how can we go forward shining a light onto the suppressed information amidst the active censorship that's happening right now?
Right there. I think that's the most censored information that's coming out to the public. It's right there. I'm not going to say it because, it'll give them a reason to kick us off or delete this show. It's the love, the unity, the participation that this military intelligence operation has instilled in the people, has instilled in me, right? And first off, I need to distinguish the difference between that and that with the other word behind it, right? You guys know what I'm talking about, that 4-letter anon word. This is the entity, and what happens in that other part, that the ones the media keep talking about, all these hit pieces that are based around the anon individual, what happens is anybody can attach themselves to this. And, we're witnessing the destruction of the old guard. Some of us are witnessing it. Some of us are participating in it. So what happens is a lot of people with nefarious intent to discredit and discourage people have attached themselves to this movement, which is given an opportunity for the hit pieces, right? On top, they're attacked more than POTUS, if not the same. And General Flynn put out a call a few years ago, and he said, you young Americans, you have to find a way to fight for this country, right? It's an insurgency. The media and what they've done since Operation Mockingbird and how the CIA has infiltrated the media in all different fashions has been to create this narrative that they want to push, right? So social media, it's the battlefield right now. And I tell you what, I was in the first purge the other day a couple weeks ago when they took off Facebook accounts, and I was happy, right? It means we're that much closer, guys. If they're fighting that hard and pulling out all them stops right now and we're still winning, that's beautiful to me, right? There's millions and millions of people that have decided to participate in something bigger than their self, right?
Yes.
I believe that, the whole fear campaign, keep them divided. Tesla told us the secret to the universe. He told us it was in vibrations, frequencies, and energies, right? So if you keep the people in a fear state, divided with hate, then they don't feel powerful enough to come together to eradicate this darkness that has infiltrated everything. The hit pieces that continue to come out and that continue to it's been tough, right? It really has. But at the same time, I finally found something that's worth participating in. I never voted in my life up until this election. I didn't believe in it. Like the young lady said earlier, I didn't want to, I think Laura said it, I didn't want to participate in the agenda. I knew it was all bullshit, So this year what happened was I heard of this entity up here, this military intelligence operation, and I started realizing that as long as I look at the information they give me and I don't look for someone else to decode that because I'm being lazy, then that's everything that's going on in our world today, right? They've been prepping us for the last 3 years. They've been telling us about the pedophilia. They've been telling us about all this different stuff, the censorship, the Bidens, all these corrupt families. And so what I noticed in that as well is I had to turn off. We did a big deep dive and exposed some people that had infiltrated themselves onto this movement real early in the beginning, and we exposed them. And what I realized in that was that I was following somebody else and getting information because I was really pissed off. I felt duped by them, right? And so I started training to decipher the information for myself. And what I learned from that was I need to get as close to the source as possible, right? I need to get as close to the source as possible. And so what I did in the beginning of this, I had heard about the Paradise, California fires, right? And I had a lot of questions about the Paradise, California fires. So we put together a donation drive. Like this is, you know, and this ties into the other part of the question. This is the biggest way to defeat this for me, and why I've been able to be the calm in the storm, no matter what's going on, no matter if I'm fired from the job, no matter if the whole family leaves me, no matter if she leaves me, no matter what else goes on, I know everything is okay because I'm participating in something, right? And so then I can feel a part of something bigger than myself, and I see it happening, I feel it happening because I'm part of it happening, right? We are these guys. Right? They were just a template. It's our responsibility. And when we can collectively come together and participate in something. So I hear about Paradise, California, and we decided that, you know, the people were in need there. So we reached out to our community and we did a donation drive. And before you know it, we had it was just going to be a truck and a trailer. But before you know it, it was a whole 24-foot U-Haul full to the brim with like full diapers, toys, furniture, all kinds of stuff. We had money to take out and stuff. And so I go out there, and as I'm sitting there, and I just pulled up the picture the other day. I remember I had a yellow vest. It's when all this yellow vest was just starting in France, right? The movement, the people standing up. And I had my little yellow construction vest in my truck. And I took some duct tape, and I took a black Sharpie marker, and I wrote WWG1 WGA. Right. And I remember sitting there with them survivors, with them warriors, and talking to them. And they were telling me about all the weird stuff that happened during those fires.
Yeah.
They knew all kinds of stuff was off, but they also didn't even know where they were going to sleep tonight. So they couldn't even put two and two together yet. They didn't have anybody to talk to. They didn't have phones. They didn't have none of that stuff anymore. Everything was burned. They lost everything. And I remember sitting there crying with them people and telling them that there was a movement of people, and that we weren't going to stop until these people were held accountable, right? And in that, I knew in my spirit that, you see, for me, gratitude, I don't tell you I'm grateful, right? I don't say thank you. I show you. If I'm grateful, I serve, right? And that's how I give back through that. And so it started that opportunity of serving my community, right? And I remember what happened was I went on Red Pill 78, and we were talking about the indoctrination of the school system and how in world history they were showing CNN 10 at school, at my son's school, and I got in this big old battle. So we're talking about that, and in that show, I didn't even know what doxed was. You know, I decided I was going to stand behind something from the beginning. So I took my regular profile, my regular everything, and just went with it. Right. And in that, it was a learning experience for me, like big time. I was very irresponsible with the information because I wasn't even okay with it. So here I am dumping all this stuff on adrenochrome, trafficking, all this other stuff on people. And I'm still like not okay with it because I'm not participating in it. Nothing's being done about it. Right. So, I remember
1 minute left. 1 minute left.
So it's all about community, man, and participate in the community, right? And we go to Drag Queen Story Hour. We don't go there to argue with the drag queens. We go there to share information on Desmond and the pedophiles that are in the libraries, right? We go to our veterans and we go serve them food. And we do that in a community because in a community, you're stronger, right? And if you look at this shirt now, this is New Braunfels Trump train. These are the guys that are all over the news now that ran the Biden bus, escorted them out of Texas yesterday, that they were swerving out. We went there and we built a community that wanted to participate in something. And now look how strong they are. Look how unified they are. Look how much love and togetherness is there, right? Yeah. That's the key, guys. And social media is the battlefield, man. Get in there, figure out how to beat the algorithms. Those are the people that need woke up, all these normal people, right? So that was my biggest thing, man. Prayer, participation, and, and I'm the calm in the storm. Everything's going to be okay. Way more than
Absolutely. Thank you, Jason. I know that you've done so much to create that unity, and that's really what we need. We need to bring people in from everywhere, political spectrum, religious beliefs, whatever, and recognize that we are human beings and that we can work together despite differences. So thank you, Jason. Mickey, we're going to bring you on next.
Greetings, everybody. Thanks for the invitation. It's an honor to be here with everybody to hear a lot of divergent views and different ideas about the challenges we're facing here, whether it be the election itself or the many internal struggles that we have societally, divisions, of course, that have been created, right? They've been created, they've been exacerbated as a society, both social media, corporate media, big tech sectors, other corporate lobbyists, K Street, using the fronts of Congress and local governments have really benefited from this division. They profit from it. They secure elections from it by having a myopic base of support. Roughly a third of people who are eligible to vote don't vote because they're not entirely sure, for the most part, what exactly they're voting for. You talk to most people nowadays, and there's not a lot of fervent support for the Biden-Harris campaign. There might be some fervent support in the GOP for the Trump campaign because Trump had been, well, I can't say Trump's been winning because he didn't win the last election. He lost by 3 million votes, and the Electoral College is an anti-democratic institution that dates back to protecting slavery with the founders. So what I want to talk about is the censorship of the things that's happening, and what's being most censored is hiding in plain sight. It's that this country is not a democracy. It is not a republic, and it was never designed as one. It was designed as a democracy for the elite. It was designed as a participatory structure for people who owned land. And if you owned land, you could own property. And if you didn't own land, you were property. There's no freedom involved in that system for the mass of humanity. It's a complete elitist top-down structure that's been mythologized and sort of rammed down people's throats through education, through media, and the rest. That's some of the greatest propaganda that has been cast upon a population of human beings in global history, in large part with thanks to the Industrial Revolution, the printing press, and mass media technology of the 20th century, whether it's radio, television, or now the internet. And so the idea that people are flooding to the polls to vote is ironic, because what exactly are they voting for? The idea that you're voting for freedom with the Trump campaign just shows how deluded people are. The Trump administration has been one of the most authoritarian this century, and that's really given it a run for the money, given W. Bush and Obama, further to the right than the previous presidents, which again was hard to do with the neoliberal right candidacies and administrations of Clinton and Bush and Reagan prior. Even Carter, and the Council for Foreign Relations. I mean, these are all groups that have basically hijacked any semblance that there's been a people's movement of this country that was cemented by the assassination of JFK.
Right.
And that's really where begins the supremacy of the deep state in the US government. And it was with the ousting of a president that was corrupt himself and had many flaws, like they all do, because they're vying to be CEO of a corrupt enterprise. That's basically what the United States is and has been founded upon as a structure. I'm not talking about everybody that lives in it. I'm not talking about everybody here or others in society. I'm talking about as a structure. And this is one of the most censored things in our society, is that the corporate media and government never discuss this material, right? They never really relate to this material. And I see people are commenting with ad hominem remarks and so forth. I wish this was actually a dialogue and a debate more than a series of presentations. Because as somebody that's a professor of history and social science and critical media literacy, I deal with these kind of things all the time from right to left. And what I notice are the same problems on all sides. People are duped through confirmation bias by whatever slivers of the system they choose to believe that benefits themselves at the expense of others. And that's a real problem. It's a problem for any society that wants to build community and wants to work together. And I've just heard some amazing messages from some really great and well-intentioned people that sound like they're doing really amazing work for people in society. And that should be commended and lauded. But I don't really see the people at the tops of the two current campaigns actually doing things or erecting policies that actually replicate that kind of community building. And so I think that this idea that whatever happens on Tuesday, everything's going to be okay one way or the other, or everything's going to be terrible one way or the other, is really part of the grand deception. It's really part of the distraction that continues to keep our eyes away from the very things that some of the people were talking about here moments ago. There are people here that are working on making the world a better place one day at a time the way they can. And the idea that we don't trust or believe in corporate media doesn't mean we can just turn to anything else that suits our fancy and seems to speak to us. We still have to have empirical evidence. We don't really live in a post-truth world, and we need to learn how to agree to disagree, not call each other names and walk away when someone says something they either don't agree with or don't deeply understand. And so I appreciate the opportunity to address that question in this group, and appreciate the invitation.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So where can people find out more about you?
www.projectcensored.org. And I put a host of different links about our books, our films, all the work that we do around critical media literacy education, because we deeply believe that people have the right to think critically and independently on their own. They should be coming to their own conclusions about what they think is going on in society, and then they should act and organize accordingly to work for positive change to create the better kind of world that they envision. And unfortunately, I think that's really difficult to do with this two-party myopic corporate state that both Democrats and Republicans seem to be beholden to. And it doesn't appear that either of them are going to be able to break the chains of it entirely, regardless of the outcome of this election.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Mickey. We appreciate you being here. Absolutely. Projectcensored.org. Gentlemen, everyone in this political panelist discussion, thank you all. We really appreciate you all being here. Yeah, this was awesome. Really deep and incredible insight into the censorship and corruption that's infiltrated our whole political landscape. Be sure to visit Jason's YouTube channel, Freedom Rings. See more of Rob Counts at edgeofwonder.tv. You can find John's books on johntamabooks.com and learn more about Mickey's work on projectcensored.org. Our final panel for today will be hosted by Kaylin, and it's going to be on the topic of holistic health. She'll be joined by Simon Esler, a metaphysical minister, disclosure activist, and the host of the hit show Worlds Within on edgeofwonder.tv, Crystal Tini of My Soul Mats and crystaltini.tv, Joe Martino of Collective Evolution, with his work centering on who we are, why we're here, and what world we truly wish to create. And we're also going to be welcoming back Scott Katamus of Saturday Night Alive and lovecoachscott.com. Kaylin, go ahead.
Awesome, Lance. Thank you so much. What a wonderful panel. Hello to all my panelists. I think we're going to take a moment just to breathe in to the moment. And I personally want to say thank you to all of our panelists on the political panel. That is the most contentious subject on earth right now. And thank you all for stepping into that and bringing your truth and your research, because you each represent a facet of humanity. And all of us together in one place discussing the sliver of truth that we all hold is so incredibly important. And I thank all of you for having the courage to say exactly where your research has led you, what your beliefs are, your opinions, and your offering to the world. So, and to the audience out there, just please remember to stay respectful and hold space, because this is all of our planet and we all have a right to be here. So with that, hi, Holistic Health Panel. Hi, everybody. How's it going? If everybody wants to turn on their mic and say a quick hi.
Hello. Hello. Thanks so much for having.
Yay, that was perfect. Awesome. Okay, guys. Well, let's just dive right into it. So earlier in the program, we had discussed the nature of the spiritual war we find ourselves in and the many facets of warfare we are enduring as the human race. One of these facets is biological warfare, to include the psychological warfare in connection with the current global pandemic, of which will not be named. So please, what we would like you guys to do is to share your perspectives on the different facets of biological warfare as you see it unfolding in our current reality, and some of your best practices on counteracting the effects and keeping our bodies in balance. So you guys each have about 6 minutes. Please don't forget to plug your websites, your current projects, and where our audience can find you there at the end. And I think we're going to open up this roundtable with Mr. Joe. I almost called you Mr. Collective Evolution because I looked at your square and it says Collective Evolution. So come on, Mr. Collective Evolution, go for it.
Yeah, I realized I probably should have put in my real name there, but
it's all, we become our brands. It's good.
That's it. That's all. Yeah. So, I mean, first off, thanks for having me here. I think this is an important discussion. Even to hear a lot of the different perspectives right now is pretty important, because I think there is a lot. One of the things that I'm seeing a lot is there's a lot of changing and maturing happening in this whole space. And we've been a part of it for about 11 years. And there's a lot of stuff being worked out, which is, I think, exciting. But, obviously with that which should not be named right now, I think so much from a psychological perspective, back to 9/11, right? You think that thing that doesn't really seem right, that doesn't really add up, the data's not really there, and yet there's this extreme fear going on, there's this extreme push towards something that ultimately, no matter where you look, whatever vertical of society, it seems that there's already a discussion that was prepped that so heavily relates to what's happening through all this fear. So whether you're looking at the economy, whether you're looking at advancements in tech moving into greater forms of AI, greater forms of control, greater forms of transhumanism, whether you're looking into more top-down control from an authoritarian perspective, we seem to be in yet another sort of global event that is essentially stating, here, we can have this conversation about all these particular things. And so for me, from a psychological point of view, obviously we have fear. And one of the biggest ways that I see, I guess you could say probably the strongest, at least I've ever seen. I'm 33 years old, so I mean, I haven't maybe seen stuff that may have happened in the past. But the level of censorship, I mean, we just lost access to our Facebook page, 5.3 million people. And, it was kind of like realizing that all of this fear, all of this controlling the narrative through censorship is the big psychological play that's going on. And when you start to look at, like for us, I'll tell a quick story here about a fact checker that we dealt with not too long ago. We wrote an article about the global pandemic, talking about the death rates in particular. And a fact checker came to us and said that this was false. And then when we engaged with them, they said, actually, none of the actual data or anything you wrote was false, but we need you to add a line in this article for us to lift the strike. And we're like, what are you talking about? They said, you need to add the line that says, regardless of the numbers, this is still a dangerous pandemic. It's a dangerous virus and it's very deadly. And so they forced our hand to say, we will basically hold control of this article in your brand's, public image until you add this line. And that really, to me, was kind of like, the fear is very real. Fear is such a strong push that's going on right now, where you have, authoritative forces that are really just trying to control the narrative so deeply. And so for me, when I look at, how do you move beyond this? How do you sort of stay centered in a sense where you can actually start to navigate the world, make sense of it from a standpoint where you're not, say, falling into the fear, but you're not also acting from a place of aggression towards differing perspectives, is really just comes down to kind of the spiritual or the inner work that I think so many people have talked about in different points, and has been kind of a core aspect of our work for so long, is just the idea of being able to really work with yourself to prepare for moving through the times that we're in right now. I often say we're not here to just have a human experience right now. We're here to dramatically redesign the human experience. And so with that, you kind of have to prepare for that. And preparing for that means looking at the real issue, which in some sense of what Mickey was saying in the previous thing there, I do believe that we are looking to politics to solve a spiritual issue, which even in my perspective doesn't quite make perhaps as much sense as we might think if we took a bit of a step back, but I see how that is a process too. And that, involves conversations and that gets us moving in particular ways. But for myself personally, I think we very much deal with a intellectual / spiritual / who are we, why are we here sort of perspective that we're kind of moving beyond. This whole idea of a dichotomy, of a polarity, is sort of part of our old story. And we're working through that as it intensifies, as we move towards a story of more unity and oneness, which doesn't really have the polarity. So we're kind of moving through that process right now, and staying present, looking within, doing those spiritual practices can really help move us through that.
I love that you really focus on showing up. So we like you said, we have to stay present. And something I've been an advocate for a long time is a lot of people want to jump from 3D to 5D, but they don't understand that it's a journey, and they don't understand that you have to complete 3D to go to 4D or 5D or whatever you think the next level is. But, we have to go through the 3D, we got traumatized in the third dimension. So we need to heal in the third dimension to then transmute. And then the fourth and the fifth dimensions are a result of healing. They come automatically that way. So we create it, right? We create it. So I really like that you emphasized just being aware that we are in tumultuous times. We are in tumultuous times externally and internally. And the only way to heal the external is to go within. It has to go from in to out. So just that presence and that it's okay. And it's going to be rough, and it's going to be rocky. Yeah. So, that's really great, Joe. I really appreciate it. So one thing I wanted to let the audience know, I actually, first of all, as a social media manager who has also been banned for life from Facebook, I did not know that that collective evolution went down on Facebook. That my heart genuinely breaks for you. But yeah. I did just find your Telegram group. So can you please let everybody know how they can find you on Telegram?
Yeah, I think for Telegram, it's t.me/collective evolution, like all one word. And just a note on the Facebook, the funny thing they did is they deleted all the accounts of all of our admins. So the page is sitting there.
Yep.
But we have no access.
So is ours. Not everybody on this. Yeah, so is ours. Yeah, no, I can say I personally, as far as the censorship goes, I worked for Facebook through a third-party agency back in 2012. So I've been in this game a long time. And the one thing I did not see was the personal accounts. That took me by surprise. And I work in this field, and I've done it for years. So we were prepping and planning and so forth. But the personal accounts, I did not see that coming. So I get it. We've got a bunch of business pages floating admin lists out in the Facebook ethers. So I know also, Joe, that if you go to collective-evolution.com, I believe you guys have like a pop-up that shows your Telegram, that they can find you on Telegram through your website as well, right?
Yep, and our email list and everything else we got as well, including CTV, which is an on-demand streaming platform with all our content as well.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Joe, I've been a fan of you guys for a very long time. Very happy to get to meet you finally and get to collaborate. I hope we have more collaborations in the future.
For sure. Yeah. Thanks. Great to meet you as well.
All righty. All right. I think it's time to bring a little divine feminine energy into this. Miss Crystal Teeny. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I've heard wonderful things about you from Lance, so I've been very excited to meet you as well. Thank you so much for being on the show and for joining us in this event.
I'm happy to be here. I didn't know where I was going to be today, so right now I'm in my car. Normally, I have good lighting and I'm just ready to get things going, but the day was just so crazy. And my brother was actually there's Trump parades, which I'm sure you guys are aware of, going on all over the entire country, and he was in a 300 car parade. So I just came down to the city to kind of be supportive, and everyone is happy and cheerful, and there's all this togetherness. And I think that's what it's all about, regardless of who you're for. What is going to bring you happiness? What is going to make you feel really good is so important, because we've been so divided. People have been scared, hopelessness, helpless in the situation that we've been in for the past 8, I guess going on 9 months. And it's just nice to be a part of something that is powerful and positive. I think that's so needed right now. And I kind of, fell into this because one of my videos went viral back in the end of March, and I stepped into a leadership role, and I'm so happy that I could be here, and I'm here with you guys that are really making a huge impact in the world. And that is so important because right now people need leaders. I think it's so important to recognize that people thought that they can look up to government. For people that are not into what we're into, which is, just finding truth, like people are really starting to realize I can't depend on anybody but myself, but I can look to others within our community that are really pushing for positivity, pushing people toward the light, and not continuing to fear monger. Like if you watch the news, how much fear there is out there. That's all that we had for months on end. So people are looking for others to lead them in a different direction. And I think it's just super important for people like us that are able to do that and really help people on a different level and like on a personal level. When you look to even, the president or anybody that's in a leadership role, it's kind of just a bunch of BS, and they're saying things that people want to hear. But when they hear actual people out in the street that really want to make a difference and are making change for their communities, that's when they're like, okay, I want to listen to this person. And that's so important that we continue to speak out. There's a lot of people that are following now. They're like, you're so brave. Like, I wish I could do what you do. And I say, you can do it. I didn't just, I was born this way, for one, yes, with a big mouth and not afraid to use it, but there's the courage and power within all of us. We are so much more powerful than what we really believe. And that's the most important thing to recognize. And I think right now people are understanding, like, I don't have any choice but to either dwell in my negativity and darkness and continue to watch mainstream stuff and really not be able to make sense of things, or I could step into my true power, my light, and be who I'm really supposed to be. Be that leader, be someone that is courageous, help someone else in your community. I think that is so important right now. And that's what people are recognizing about life. Like we are starting we're kind of starting over, like in our own selves. It's like we have to face ourselves. We were put through a quarantine. We weren't allowed to leave our houses. We weren't allowed to interact with other people, not allowed, quote unquote. And you are forced to face yourself, whether you wanted to or not. And so many people are like, I'm so alone. Like, I'm by myself. I'm here by myself. But that is the opportunity that you should be taking to really face yourself. So many people look to others to help guide them and everything else, but you really need to look at yourself and say, how have I been living my life like this? By allowing other people to lead me in a direction that I don't really want to go in, but I was just powerless to really stand on my own 2 feet and walk down a path that I was afraid to. Now you're forced to do that. It's like we're being just pushed right into the spotlight, whether you like it or not. That's where you're going. And it's been a crazy journey, and I've been able to meet so many people that are so empowering. And that's why social media, the censorship is so crazy right now, because they know how powerful we are. They know how powerful our voice is. And, it's like I'm anxiety ridden right now, like every day waking up, like, is my page going to be gone? Am I going to, be able to really reach out to people? How am I going to do this? And it's a really crazy way to live, but it's another way for us to be really creative with the community that we did create with all these other powerful people. Because people are hitting me up and saying, hey, can you share my page? I was just deleted. And it's like, we are powerful in numbers. And I don't think they anticipated just how powerful we really are. I mean, they're taking away the hashtag. You can't even look up, if I wanted to look up a pretty dress, you can't even find other things within a community of, whatever your style is or what you're looking for, because that's how powerful we are. We can find each other through, a platform that they gave us, but didn't realize just how crazy things were going to get. And I think that it just speaks volumes. And every time someone is deleted, like, I just encourage someone to re-platform, make another page, start all over again. It doesn't matter, because people are looking for you. And that's what I said to my followers, like, hey, if someone's page disappears, go and look for them, because they're going to sprout up somewhere else. I can promise you that we're not going to give up. You're not going to take my voice. I'm not going to lay down, and I'm not going to shut up. And that's the most important thing, is that we have to continue to sprout up and just reappear in the communities that we were supposed to be in and meant to be in.
So really, to kind of distill it down, like, so your countermeasures to these operations that are being enacted against us is really stepping into our empowerment.
Yeah.
And like you said, not, if you take one of us down, 10 of us are going to sprout up, like, because the energy is moving, you know what I mean? Yeah. And this really is like, it's, I think they're even aware, whoever they are, that it's not, they can't stop it. They might be able to slow it down. They might be able to throw hurdles, but I always say they're fighting battles because they know we're winning the war.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, so one question I wanted for you. So when you're kind of getting pummeled with all the fear, the fear porn, but then you're also kind of shying away from like that darkness inside you because it's kind of, in our faces right now. What are some tools that you use to like ground yourself or, self-care, like, just something to kind of like hold your own space so that you can do that inner work and can find that empowered place?
Definitely therapy is one. I mean, I've been doing therapy for years of my life, but I always tell people how important it is. So many people are afraid of that, afraid to step into that. And it's like, that's the best fucking money that I'll spend in an hour. Like, that's the best money that I can spend on myself. Like, that is, I mean, one of the things that is the epitome of self-care, when you have a great therapist and you can just unleash and you can talk about anything you want, and that person is going to help you and guide you. And a lot of people need that. There are many people that are very lost in the world. And that is one of my most important things. And I'm also a yogi. I'm yoga certified. So I do a lot of yoga. I get out a lot of that anxious energy. And a lot of people that aren't within our community that now follow me, like, they don't really understand. They think it's just like sitting there breathing and, that it's just some bunch of spiritual people hugging trees for an hour. And it's like, it's so empowering to go through a yoga class and just be able to really center that energy somewhere. Instead of it making it be sporadic and all over the place, you're really centering your energy and figuring out like, what is your next move? And there's no time that's like really quiet, like when you're in a yoga class. You can go work out at the gym, you can go take all these crazy classes, but there is a very big difference from working out and yoga. It's centering your energy and putting it in the right place.
100% agree. So Crystal, where can everybody still find you?
Still find me.
Yes.
My biggest platform is Instagram right now. So Crystal Teeny. I do have a backup page. We all have them, I guess. Crystal Teeny 13. So hopefully I'll be sticking around, guys. But if not, I will be sprouting up anywhere and everywhere. I will not be leaving.
Awesome. Crystal, thank you so much. So glad you graced us with your presence and your energy. We really appreciate your participation today.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
For sure. All right, Scott, welcome back. First, we want to just say thank you so much. That meditation was incredible. Thank you for that offering earlier in the event. But same question to you. So with all of the, the inundation of physical, psychological, spiritual warfare we're all kind of weathering right now, what are some of the holistic tools that you use to stay balanced and survive these things?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for putting this all together, and I appreciate and respect everybody's opinion and experience of life. And I think what I want to talk about is the big picture. And the bottom line is, it's a dream world, everybody. It's a dream world. All of it is real, and none of it's real. It's that void in between the breath. You probably experienced that with yoga. Those moments in yoga, right? But it doesn't mean we can't be passionate. It doesn't mean we can't fully enjoy life. I'm very hedonistic. I love food. When I'm in relationship, I love sex. Okay, I'm a Taurus moon. I've got my warriors underneath my kind of spiritual poncho is my Warriors Championship t-shirt. Okay, so enjoy life to the fullest. And there is no right and wrong, good and bad, if you want to get the fuck out of 3D. I mean, that's the bottom line. And so we have to look at, and I say this with respect, when are we using the word they? There is no they. There is no they. There's only one incredible experience. And this is scientifically proven. We're living in an amazing time when our quantum physicists proved what the spiritual teachers have been saying forever. There's no blank space between us. There's this incredible unified field of ever-changing molecules that shows up as Lance and Scott and my drink and the phone and the computer. And it's just all these ever-changing molecules. You know, I have a show that I do every Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. We had Deepak Chopra on a few times. And Deepak points out that in an average lifetime, we're going to share approximately 10,000 molecules with every other human being that ever lived. Hitler, Jesus, Trump, Biden, the woman washing her clothes in the Ganges River right now. We're so interconnected. And this actually is where the healing comes in. Noticing, because judgment is toxic. Hate is toxic. Right, wrong, good, bad is toxic. So the best preventative medicine is to really, as she said, do therapy, self-reflect, get out of pointing fingers, because there's always 3 fingers pointing back at you. Where am I being judgmental? Where am I playing the game of make wrong? Where am I playing right wrong? Where do I think I'm smarter, wiser, closer to God because I know something more than the other guy or the other gal? That's the game we got to get out of. And the more that we can drop into through tools, and I'll give a couple of quick tools, out of that, actually, that's where the healing comes from, right? When we get out of right, wrong, and we look at, let's say you're an anti-Trumper or an anti-Biden, here's what you do. You look at that person, you say, wow, there's God experiencing itself fully as Donald Trump. Or if you really want to go for it, there I am experiencing myself fully as Biden, as Trump, whoever it is that pisses you off, right? It's all us. It's all one incredible existence. It's one incredible passion play. And the bottom line is it's a dream world. I've had some remarkable out-of-body experiences, non-drug induced. The drug-induced ones are good, okay? But the ones that I only reference when I'm teaching are the ones that just spontaneously happened. I'm here to tell you from an experience. We are multidimensional beings existing simultaneously in many places. Tap into that, find that truth. And then what you find is love. You start loving that which you previously judged. And the most important love of all is self-love. That's the most important love of all. Because almost to the degree we're judging another, there's some part of us that has shame. And the ego's number one way of resolving shame is to flip into blame, to judge another. No, like she said, do therapy. What do I have shame around? My sexuality, my weight, my age, the way I treated somebody, what I did or didn't do. Get in touch with that. Come to peace with it. Practice radical acceptance. You want the best health ever? Absolutely. Of course, green drinks and all that. Yoga, yes. And radical acceptance of self. And then as we radically accept ourselves, we can more easily and authentically radically accept others. Doesn't mean condoning hurtful behavior. Okay, a lot of people think that, no. But it means radically accepting everything that's happened up to this second, radically accepting exactly who we are in this moment. And you know what? Then we have enlightened moments. Then we drop into the field, like you were talking about, of presence. True presence can only exist in a field where there's no judgment. Otherwise, we're not present. Where there's judgment, we're trying to change something. When we are in radical acceptance of what is, even if it's suffering, that's when we're in presence. Remember, Prince Siddhartha became the Buddha of compassion when he accepted there is suffering. Jesus on the cross, almost his last words, Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. Rumi, the most popular poet in America, a 12th century, probably gay Islamic mystic, best-selling poet in America for many years. Why? Because he talks about the same thing, radical acceptance of what is. So to heal, we learn to love. Real love is radical acceptance and absolute compassion for self and for others. That's my message about healing. I hope I kept it to 6 minutes. I didn't have
Oh,
time.
I wasn't even watching. You did fabulous. No, it was great. And I really appreciate, I think it fell very divinely in line with everyone else's message of, it starts within. One of my favorite things that you said was, to radically accept without, you have to radically accept within.
Totally.
Everything starts within. There's theories and sacred sciences that say that everything that we see is a reflection of what is within. So if you hate Trump, if you hate Biden, if you hate the person that likes Trump, if you hate the person that likes Biden, and so on down the road, really everything is a mirror to show you what is wounded and what needs to be healed inside of you. So again, just going within, like Joe said, and also Crystal, I'm a huge advocate for therapy. I love talk therapy. Because I think we need the other self, because again, it goes back to the reflection. We need the other self to help us pull ourselves out of our own darkness so that we can see ourselves through them. Yeah, so I really appreciate all of those points. And Scott, how can everybody find you?
I'm still on Facebook.
Okay, we
And
have
you know
a winner.
what? I probably almost got it bounced because we're using my restreaming service today to get this out to people. And
We're not on Facebook today, though, at all. No, we're on Facebook.
That's because I said we can't do Facebook when we talked about it yesterday. And thank God we made that choice. Yeah. But I'm still on Facebook, and I'm the only Scott Katamas on the planet. So you can private message me. You can go to my primary page is Love Coach Academy. I'm the founder and guy who kind of I'm the benevolent dictator of Love Coach Academy. And we do 12 shows a week. And our most popular one is Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. It's a pretty epic show, 3 hours every Saturday night with amazing speakers, musicians. If you haven't watched it, go to my page, go back. Unify carries us with a regular Saturday night show now. We reach about 50,000 people with each show, which is pretty cool.
Wonderful.
And it's very inspiring. It's just amazing speakers, musicians, magicians, always with a topic. We've done quantum healing. Last night, of course, was all about All Hallows Eve and so on and so forth. So check out the shows. They're all free. They're all online, and they're all pretty cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Scott. We appreciate your presence. And yes, everybody, please check out all of Scott's Facebook pages. And the website, I believe, is lovecoachscott.com, correct?
Actually, people would probably get more. If they want to get personally coached by me, they could go there, but that's kind of an older site.
Oh, okay.
Better to go to lovecoachacademy.com.
Lovecoachacademy.com. Got it.
That's kind of more what I'm doing now.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Well, last but certainly not least, one of my dearest friends, longtime colleagues, teacher, love. Where'd you go, Simon? I think I scared him away with all the love. There you are. Okay. All right, Mr. Essler. Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very happy to see you on a Zoom call again. We haven't collabed in a while, so very happy you're here holding the space with us.
Oh, I'm so glad to be here. It's very divinely timed, of course. And I really have appreciated all the offerings today. They've been so beautiful and so helpful. And, really, I appreciate especially the political panel. That really is putting us to the test. It's asking the community to walk the talk and it's showing us what we need to work on. So, it's really great. And very much in terms of everything everyone has been talking about, when we look at biological warfare, if we start there, well, my understanding of this is that the biological warfare on Earth right now is founded on the psychological warfare. It couldn't be happening without the initial psychological warfare that began all of this, because we've been misled away from an accurate understanding of biology, right? There's really great information coming out now that COVID has pushed certain ideas into the limelight even more, about the
the failings of germ warfare theory and this idea that we're in this constant war with like evil creatures on the earth that are trying to kill us. And this is really not the way. And if you look at, you know, people like Dr. Zach Bush, you know, he talks about how viruses have upgraded us throughout all of history, that the job of viruses is to upgrade DNA across the earth. So his perspective is that he can't wait to get COVID. He said, great, where's the upgrade? Let's do it. So I think there's that foundation. So it is really important to understand the psychological warfare that gives rise to the biological warfare. But there's another idea that I really wanted to share today that's very connected to what everyone's been saying. And it's really that, you know, we are interconnected in many different ways, as Scott was saying. You know, you can find all the ways that we're one. It's really just not one particular way. And one of the interesting things that has become clear to me in studying this warfare is the ways the deep state and these criminal groups have been able to take advantage of our oneness. So one of the interesting ways they've done that is really just the fractal nature of this reality. And everyone today is going on about how the self is the core of the work, right? That really we need to be working on ourselves to shift everything. And this is very interesting because the relationship with the self is a fractal of how we relate to these other nested spheres of social experience. So your relationship with yourself, it affects your interpersonal relations. And then it affects your relationships with community. And it affects your relationships with society at large. And so the way that we live within this fractal universe is taken advantage of. So I would say that, you know, division is really the name of the game. That is the key weapon that has been used against us. So division within the self, and that leads to division in interpersonal relations, divisions within communities, divisions within society at large. And so it's important that we understand the way that things scale up, because they have used that knowledge to design this warfare. So I really appreciate the idea of the connected sovereign and the idea that we find our interconnectivity through our personal sovereignty. And so the ideas that have been promoted by number 17, you know, one of the big ones is freedom of thought. Can you think autonomously? Can you produce thoughts that have not been influenced by authority and dogma? And this is a skill, like this is a hard thing to develop. And it's very important that we track this. So I think one of the ways we can look at this is this way that things are nested. So what struggles are you having relating to society at large? I know that's a big thing within this community, right? A lot of the conspiratorial community, truthers, there's a feeling that we need to resist authority, that we need to resist the existing social structures. And in doing that, many of us have undermined our ability to relate with society. You know, and if we look at something like career, this has been a huge theme for people. So many careers have been destroyed or crippled from this lockdown, right? But what has that brought up? It's brought up the way in which we relate our self-worth to our career. And that really is part of these designs, right? If you can't relate your self-worth to the way that you're living your life on a fundamental basis, then you're going to struggle infinitely in building a good life. So I would say that one of the things this has revealed, if we're looking at that level, is instead of building a career, build a life path. Don't get stuck in this idea that you're on a career-based life. The career is a nest within that. So I'm interested in sharing how we can look at these different spheres of society and then bringing it back to the self. So look at the way that you're struggling to relate with the society at large, communities, interpersonal relationships, and find that work within yourself. And I'm actually going to be dropping some free materials on this tomorrow because we have an upcoming event that I'm going to plug at the end of this. But the way that we can go about this is really mapping our sort of fractal relationship with these other layers of reality and understand what's going on, as well as these social engineers have to be able to create this event. You know, so I really want to encourage people to sit with the idea that your sovereignty and your autonomy is your connectivity. Become the connected sovereign, right? Where have you given away your power within these layers of your experience in society? And how can you learn to heal that
so that relationships are stronger, because relationships are the core of our power. And division specifically attacks your ability to relate. That's the key consequence of it. When there is this division everywhere, then we struggle to relate peacefully and authentically. So if we focus on building back the strength of relationships and the ability to build relationships, then we're going to take back our collective power. And I feel that that's part of the connection between this inner work that everyone is always talking about, and that's how it connects to this outer work. Right? You have to see how that relationship scales up and learn to build back your capacity to relate in a healthy, authentic way to the different levels of our experience.
Simon, I really love when you said looking through these different fractals, you know, of reality, and finding where in each you gave away your power. And I think that's really poignant, because I think that my personal belief is that every facet of our reality has been weaponized against us. That I think that there are places that even those of us that have been doing this for a little while don't realize we gave power away somewhere, because we don't know what reality looks like with that power. So we're not even aware that we gave it away. You know, we were just never, it never registered with us, because we don't know what reality looks like with that power. So it's kind of the illusion within the illusion, you know, which, you know, inevitably is the matrix. But I just think that was a really great statement, and something that definitely the audience can take home and contemplate in meditation tonight, hopefully. So yeah. Simon, where can we find you?
I'm part of the Facebook boot party, so you can't find me on there right now, but I'll be back soon enough. Yeah, please find me on Instagram. You can find me at Simon Esler 1111. I'm on Twitter at Simon Esler, and I started a Telegram channel, which is t.me/Simon Esler. You can find that there. I'm also on Parler. So I encourage people to grab, you know, a mainstream account and maybe an alternative account that's safe from censorship. And yeah, like I said, I'm going to be launching a 5-day meditation challenge mid-November. And so I invite people to come on my Instagram. We're going to be dropping some free PDFs tomorrow to really give people like grounded practices they can use to move through this idea of our fractal relationship with reality, and how we can turn that around and really empower ourselves from that knowledge.
I can tell everybody from knowing Simon personally for a couple of years, if you want to take your meditation experience to the next level, I would highly recommend following his Instagram and getting on that board from day one. Because what you saw of Simon Esler's mind today, the hologram is much bigger. so
yeah.
He can walk you through and take you deep and sideways and all over the holographic universe.
Well, if you guys want to go really deep, come check out my show Worlds Within on edgeofwonder.tv. I get really, really into dense material that, you know, that is especially designed for a rich informational experience with lots to unpack. And I also have a new series coming out on Dauntless Dialogue Academy called You Are Here. And we're going to be combining the idea of freedom of thought and personal autonomy with a study of narratives and how narratives have been used and weaponized towards humanity.
See, told you guys. Follow Simon Esler. Trust me, you will not be sorry. Well, I want to thank you all so much for this evolutionary and revolutionary approach to our biological, psychological, and spiritual health. Be sure to find more of Simon in Worlds Within on edgeofwonder.tv. Follow Crystal on Instagram. And then obviously make sure you go find Joe on the Collective Evolution Telegram group. And then Scott Cadamus every Saturday night on Saturday Night Alive. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate from the bottom of our hearts your presence and your contribution to the event.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
All right. Wow. What an event.
Incredible.
All right, guys. Well, so we are coming close to the end of the event, But first, we did promise you guys a big reveal. So we are proud to present a new online social media and streaming platform, uncensored, a new breakaway community for quantum living. This is the Orin. To present a new online social media and streaming platform.
Just give me 1 second. The video is not playing, so just give me one moment.
No worries, Neil. Take your time. I think we've been pretty glitch free for most of the event, so it's about time one Archon slips in.
What if humanity embraced the understanding that in every moment we affect one another?
The Arin calls you in your dreams and wishes.
Every action we make, every choice, every decision sets into motion a timeless butterfly effect.
Every part is a piece of the dreams and hopes of mankind. It has no boundaries.
The ripple is connected to all things throughout eternity.
What will you set in motion?
The quantum universe is one circular breath of a living organism we are all a part of.
The more you create, the more magnificent the Orin will become.
This is the secret to quantum living, a secret that has been locked away.
You are a part of a living vibration, a world of human brilliance perpetually creating itself.
What if you were given the key to your own prison?
Are you ready to do what you dream? The Orin is more than a social media network. It is an online breakaway community for quantum living and invites humanity's co-creative power to a collaborative experience. It is a hybrid social media complex that integrates the features of a streaming platform with powerful e-commerce and quantum trade tools. Explore the multidimensional truth of subculture and controversial conversation through film, music, art, direct action, trade, wisdom traditions, online courses, and live stream gatherings and performances.
You are the key. Isn't it time to unlock the door?
All right, everybody. So that is the official world premiere of the Orin platform that is launching today. That is where you will find 1,000 Pieces, John DeSouza's new documentary. There's also, so this is a beta launch. If everybody goes to aurin.com, that was AUYRN.com, you'll be able to sign up and see the different beta options. So we're very excited, especially with all of this censorship. This is something that a small team of us have been kind of working very hard to get out, knowing that everybody was just getting purged. And so this is genuinely a platform by the people for the people. So please go check it out, guys. And yeah, we'll be getting you more information on the Orin later on down the road. All right, is Justin back?
I'm back.
All right. Guys, we did it.
We did it. Yeah, it went beautifully.
It very much did. So let's just do a quick wrap up. Justin, just wrap. What do you think? What are you feeling? What do you know? What did we offer? What are you happy about? Just go for it.
Well, you know, like I was saying earlier, I think we did something really special, which is we actually came together in unity. And we talk a lot about free speech, sovereignty, having our voices be heard, standing up to power, and we did that. And you know, we did it in a way that brought a lot of diverse voices together, as we saw earlier in the program. You know, it's something that is sometimes it's uncomfortable. It is to hear that when somebody says something you don't agree with, I will fight tooth and nail for your freedom to express yourself. And I think if we want to live in a world of true unity where everybody has the freedom to live their highest calling, then we as individuals need to prepare and master the art of creating that space for freedom of speech, for freedom of expression, as long as it's done in law and in trust and it honors everybody's rights. And I think we created a really amazing example of that here today. So Lance, what are some of your thoughts?
Yeah, this was awesome. And, it surpassed my initial idea in this and in wonderful ways. I'm really glad and thankful to both of you for all the work that you both put in, and everyone else who came on as panelists, as speakers, guests, and then everyone else who are participants who have joined, whether you were part of the meditation or you've stayed on this whole time. It's incredible. We've had a lot of people stay on this entire time. So thank you to everyone who has done that. Kaylin, how about you?
Yeah. I had a couple as an event producer. I've been an event producer for a few years now, and there were a few moments I was having heart palpitations because just because there were I could see what was brewing between our guests, our mix of guests, and I just instantaneously knew that the creator has this. And the creator, God, genuinely, I believe that every religion has a sliver of truth. Every spirituality has a sliver of truth. And I believe that we all speak and pray and connect to the one source, no matter how that manifests in our world. So for me, it's creator. But I just kept feeling, the creator has this. I mean, where else was that bridge going to be built in a safe space, in a loving, compassionate, evolved, cradle to hold what is happening in humanity every day worldwide, and so it really, when it kind of started, the political panel did exactly what I think it was supposed to do. And I just said, you know what, if we can do this here, then there really is hope for humanity, because we all represent a demographic of humanity. We are all a part of the collective consciousness, and we all hold a piece of the fractal. So I am just from Pastor Bruce's invocation to Scott's meditation and everything in between, I'm just a little blown away. And I really think that we fortified something here that's going to reverberate much further than we'll ever probably be aware of.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, it was pretty magical, I gotta say.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, we got one more Hey, Neil.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Portal to Ascension.
Yo.
What up, brother? How are you doing? What were you thinking on the back end this whole time?
It was pretty cool. I mean, I create a lot of events, a lot of webinars, and I don't have the time to spend listening to them all because I'm like creating webinars while my webinars are running, right?
That's
so
legit.
But I literally paid attention to this whole thing, listened to everyone, was extremely impressed by the diversity of opinion and the reverence that everybody had for each other, in it. And I could see how we're all, this is new territory. We're all trying to navigate around this information and this division, and also create that unity, knowing that these topics really create so lots of triggers in people, right? And and as you guys know, that I say in a lot of my events is that, unity is what, Portal to Ascension, what I do is all about. And the whole concept is that you and I, like all of us here, and even someone in like Europe, we have more in common than those who claim to control and lead us. We go to the same schools, we shop at the same places, we eat similar types of food, we care about our community, we care about the standard of living, and we have similar goals. We want to be successful in life, we want to have our family be well taken care of, we want to love, and we want to be loved. So when you pray for people, this is my 2 cents here, and everybody has their own opinion on this, but when you pray for people, we're not praying for, I pray for your ignorance, like I pray because you don't know any better and I hope you can find your way. It's more like we're praying for the collective liberation, because not only are we like splitting ideologically, but a lot of these people are best friends, family members, cousins, uncles, dads,
Yes.
Like, are you trying to create an ideological world that's separate from all those other people that we claim to be they? Or are you trying to create a world where you can include all these people, knowing that it might take them a decade, it might take them years before we all come to a common consensus on how we're going to change this reality? So what we're seeing now is we're seeing the fall of this this mechanism, this system that wasn't created consciously, and we're all trying to figure it out. Every single person is trying to figure it out. None of us know the exact truth. We just know that what we want is to have those same common goals, be successful, have a beautiful family, have love in our lives, be love. So if we can focus on those and what unites us, then when things shift, when you see somebody that maybe doesn't have the same opinion as you, or a completely different opinion, like let's take this example, Biden and Trump, right? Completely separate. I can't even speak to people about my opinions, and everybody I meet thinks I'm on their side because I must be, Neil, you're so intelligent, you must be on my side. You know what I mean? You must know, because you're not stupid, right? Like, that's literally it. That's like the deep down what's going on here. So it's just, all I can say, this is how I want to leave it, is yes, the unity concept that was spoke about in this event, yes, yes, yes. And also the relationships. We got a lot of healing to do. We got relationships to heal, and it's going to take some time, but we can do it if we do it together and we do it consciously. That's why we need these technologies. We need all of these things to start getting exposed and disclosed so we can create this world. So thank you guys for allowing me to be part of this. I appreciate you all.
Thanks so much, Neil.
Hashtag exposed and disclosed. I'm stealing that. Justin,
Yeah.
t-shirt idea.
Can I also just say that portal2ascension.org, we have thousands of hours of free presentations. Please do check it out. I am in the process of creating a documentary called From Atlantis to Islam, the Story of Morocco. And it's going to be a whole entire thing of like how King Atlas, the king of Atlantis, came into Morocco, and how the Berber people might be connected. So please do check us out, portal2ascension.org. Sign up to the email list and you'll get more info there.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Neil. Yeah, definitely check out his platform, guys. Lots of really good stuff on there.
Neil always comes in. I call him the Tasmanian devil of event production. He just comes in and he drops some truth, and then boom, he's out. See, he's already gone.
Exactly.
That's how Neil rolls.
Let me, I'm going to go ahead and plug a special treat for y'all. So when we made this event, we took the logo, and I really wanted to create a way for people to show solidarity for the fact that they prayed and meditated and supported unity consciousness. So if you're interested, you can go to the website, protectthevote.live. We'll have the replay up here. I'll probably just make it live here. And on that site, you'll also see an image where you can click to go to the Teespring account and get some of your merch. There's t-shirts, sweaters, coffee mugs, all sorts of cool stuff on there. I've got a 20% discount that'll be good for the next 10 days, so till 11/11, and that discount code is 2020VOTE. That's 2020VOTE. And yeah, that's all I got as far as last minute plugs and promotions.
Awesome. Lance, I would love to hear you tell everybody about your awesome product that I know is awesome because I already use it. So I'm going to let you, shameless plug, go.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm the owner of EMF Harmonized, which is a company that we offer solutions that actually work for helping to protect people against EMFs. So EMFs, electromagnetic fields that are coming off your phone, computer, other devices. We have technology that is affordable and that is very, very advanced in some unique ways. So the website is emfharmonized.com. And if you use the code word peace, you'll get 10% off within the next 24 hours. So it's a very short deal, but within the next 24 hours, if you use the code word peace, just like peace, then you'll save another 10%. I know some of you probably know the company through David or Laura or Justin. Yeah, Justin's holding it up right there. Thank you.
You got it, but yeah, they're great. Go ahead.
They work. They've been scientifically proven to work. Very interesting stuff. You can find more on the website. I'm also on Facebook personally, Lance Shuttler. You can find me there. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing more work like this and getting other things out there that are solutions for big issues. So thank you both for this collaboration. It's been awesome. Kaylin, tell us more.
I want to tell one more thing about EMF Harmonized. It is holographic technology. That's all I'm going to say. I would go to the website and find out what that means. Holographic technology. Okay, so first I want to thank you both for including me in this event. You know, they very easily could have pulled this off with just as much success all by themselves, but they decided to reach out to me, and I am eternally grateful that you gave me an outlet to for the direct action that I felt I needed to do right now for this election. You know, at the end of the day, I want to remind everybody that this event is about voting. So go vote. You got to go vote. I actually went 1,700 miles to vote in person. I'm not saying you have to go to that extreme. You know, vote however you feel safe and comfortable, and how you feel your vote will be safe. Whatever resonates with you, but please just remember to vote. Like somebody mentioned earlier in this broadcast, this planet, this solar system, this universe is based off of consent and free will. And so we have to exercise our free will, or else we're kind of voting for the other way, you know? And so we have to be, this is an action. Free will is an action. So I just hope everybody goes out and votes, and I'll leave it at that. Just exercise your sovereign right to have your voice heard. For me, my brand is Awakening Humanity. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Parler. You can find me on Instagram. My Awakening Humanity handle is @AwokeHumanity. My personal accounts are at Kaylin Montoya. You'll find me. I'll have blue hair in the picture, I'm sure. So, and the only other thing is I want to plug Oren one more time. I actually will be working on a podcast and working on some content for Oren as a content creator for the platform. The platform is going to be built to support other content creators. So I'm kind of the guinea pig, and that's great because that's what I do. So just, you know, look out for some more content coming out of me and Oren, AUYRN.com. And don't forget to go see 1,000 Pieces premiering today. John DeSouza, Kathy O'Brien, Joseph Flynn, AUYRN.com. So, okay, that's all my plugs.
Awesome. Cool. Well, yeah, I just want to do a last one. Thank you. And then I guess we'll go ahead and close it out.
Yeah.
So thanks, both of you, of course, lovely people. We worked many hours behind the scenes to make this happen. Lots of sleepless nights on top of all the censorship that's going on. So, yeah, it was pretty amazing that we got it to happen. So thanks everybody for attending. Much love. Be sure to check out Awakening Humanity. If you're watching this on the Stillness in the Storm YouTube, which is the video that's also on protectthevote.live right now, you can find all of our links, Awakening Humanity, EMF Harmonized, and of course, Stillness in the Storm in the description. And I also will put Oren in there as well. And thanks so much. Be safe, stay well, and meditate and pray also on the election day. That's really important, I think. So take care, everybody. Thanks so much.
Much love, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.